Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Oh, and it's Labor Day. Good morning to you hard-working people out on the road. Jimmy Mack, how are you doing from the Fastport Studios?
Dan and Grandy over here at Fastport. Guys, go to nationalapprenticeship.org or to fastport.com and find out how the folks over there are actually making workforce solutions happen, doing it through technology and the people, of course, that work for them. Hey, guys, welcome. It is Labor Day. It is so good to have the whole bunch of you guys here. We're going to be here for the first hour. We're going to be here throughout the entire morning, and there are going to be a couple of moments throughout the replays that we have kind of curated and handpicked that we'll be dropping in, telling you good morning. First hour is open phones, open forum, open discussion. We got plenty of stuff on the table as well. Hope you guys had a great Labor Day weekend. For those of you who worked, hope you made that money. For those of you who actually took the weekend off, hope you got the rest and relaxation you deserved.
One thing, Jimmy, before we start the show. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. We will be digging into some sports that happened over the weekend. College football had a full throttle weekend. Turns out that when everybody doesn't have like first team All-Americans playing as their backups, games get rather more interesting. And there was a lot of defense. They saved the best of the big matchups, the top 10 matchups for last. Notre Dame was defeated by Miami of Florida in a rematch of Catholics versus Convicts, 27-24. Notre Dame had a freshman quarterback. Miami had a first-time quarterback with a lot of starts under his belt at the University of Georgia. It was a great game. All those games this weekend were well coached. All of them show that defense right now is way ahead of offense. But the good news is more and more teams are stopping what I call turning the first three games into a preseason meat grinder.
Yeah.
You play McNeese State at Tiger Stadium and run them off the field, which is what LSU is doing next week, of course. But this week, they played Clemson in the other Death Valley. Turns out that Death Valley ain't as deaf of a valley as Death Valley, the original one, is.
Tiger on Tiger violence this week.
And by the way, once LSU figured out what was going on and got that player back that was on suspension for the first half of the game, that was kind of a crazy thing too. LSU got a transfer portal defensive back, all world, game beater. But he got suspended for the first half of the first game of the first season.
Yeah.
Okay? So they didn't know that. LSU wasn't aware of that. Dabo Sweeney was, and he made sure they sat it out. But when he got back in the game, man, it was shut down on Cade Klubnik. They put the club on Klubnik. And it turns out that Nussmeier did a lot to prove to a lot of NFL scouts he is NFL ready because he played with what he had. They don't care about throwing like 5 touchdown passes in a game. Yeah. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking, much like the people out there on the road who are listening to us this morning, can you handle the pressure?
Can you?
I've been thinking about that as I watched all that football this weekend, Dre. I realized that when recruiters go looking, what they should be looking for is folks who can handle pressure. It ain't about who can get there the fastest. It ain't about who can identify every little piece and bit on a truck. There's a lot of nerds in Nerd Town that can do that. But you put them behind the wheel when there's money to be made, and accidents to be happening and all that kind of stuff, you need people who are as cool as the other side of the pillow. That, by the way, is Nemo Nation. And you can reach us, here we go, at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, and people are on the chat on YouTube, Jimmy. Are you seeing what they're saying?
I'm going to dig into them in a second here, but let me just say something to you. Imagine, Dre, that you were a factory worker in the 1880s. I want you to imagine that.
Been there. Yeah. Talk to me about it.
It's not a good scene.
No.
You're toiling away at your job for an average of 60 hours a week. Oh, wait. Our friends out there, our friends on the road. It wasn't unheard of for textile laborers in New York to make only 75 cents a day, which was a paltry sum even for the time. And to bring attention to those unfair working conditions, labor organizers coordinated the first Labor Day parade on Tuesday, September 5th of 1882. Now, by all accounts, 10,000 folks were there. According to a New York Times article published on September 6th of 1882, marchers carried signs bearing slogans like 8 hours for a legal day's work and less hours and more pay. The New York Times called the demonstrations, quote-unquote, pleasant and orderly, although it noted that the parade organizers expected closer to 30,000 or 40,000 laborers to show up and support the march. There was a lot of fear, too. that there were not just policemen monitoring the crowd, but everybody's least favorite, the Pinkertons, who were there taking notes, seeing who was there, going back and telling their bosses, all that kind of great stuff that the folks in management always do. So historians have often credited Peter J. McGuire, co-founder of the American Federation of Labor, the AFL, as the first to propose a holiday celebrating workers. It's not a day for entrepreneurs, as Eric Cantor many years ago found out to his dismay. His infamous quote probably cost him his district. Today's a day when we celebrate those who went out and took the risk and made their own business. And it's like, nope, that's not what the day is for, Eric. And now you're unelected. According to the modern-day American Federation of Labor, McGuire brought up the idea in an 1882 meeting of the New York Central Labor Union, saying workers should lead a parade to publicly show the strength and esprit de corps of trade and labor organizations, by the way. But some folks from New Jersey, always folks from New Jersey, their historical society suggested the true founder may have been someone with a very similar name, Matthew McGuire, a machinist from New Jersey, who, by the way, led several strikes in the 1870s, 1882, had become secretary of the New York Central Labor Union. In an 1894 editorial about the holiday, which President Grover Cleveland had signed into law, he did it because of the pressure he had gotten because of the way he put down the Pullman strike. A New Jersey newspaper said the honor should go to McGuire, meaning Matthew McGuire, the undisputed author of Labor Day as a holiday, and we celebrate it to this day since Grover Cleveland made it a federal law. By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man says, yo.
Oh.
Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR, Road Gang Radio. Zach Schmidt says, good morning from Iowa. Good morning to you, Zach. Joe J says, happy Labor Day, gang, from Sonora, Kentucky. Our friends at RadioNemo, as always, tell you the phone lines are open. Our good friend, the driver who's been doing some diving, says, good morning, everybody. Happy Labor Day. Earl and Joan Noble, good morning to my family. And Steve says, it's Labor Day. Are you working hard or not working at all today? Always wondered why we don't work on Labor Day. Because it's a celebration of labor. And I hope that was a little bit of an explanation. The premise of Labor Day and trucking really don't correlate. That's absolutely true. Because there's lots of folks out there working, by the way. I'm going to get to the phones here in a second. Who, by the way, is called?
Oh, man, it's old Bruce Almighty.
I'm going to get him on in one second.
Man.
Hold on tight, Bruce. Don't get thrown to the wolves because a ton of folks travel during the Labor Day weekend, as you're probably well aware. TSA had record-breaking numbers in 2024. They may exceed that this year. Danger, Will Robinson. Fatality analysis reporting systems have said that 308 fatal car accidents per year happened on Labor Day from 2011 to 2015. Only Memorial Day has more fatal accidents. So be kind, rewind, take a breath, take a step back, keep your head on a swivel. All those cliches that very, very bad sports announcers love to say. Bruce Almighty, I got him on the phone. What does he have to say on this day of labor? Good morning to you, Bruce. Welcome back.
Hello, sir. How are
Good
you
morning.
doing?
I'm great. I'm driving. I'm headed to the Mart of Wall.
Oh,
Ooh, I heard of that place.
I took my dad to the Water Mall, and if you actually go on the Book of Face, you can see one of the shirts I bought him. He's wearing it. He's very pleased. He's looking good for an 82-year-old guy. Have you seen that picture, Bruce?
Oh, yeah, I saw that picture. I said, y'all are looking great.
Oh, you did. You did. That's right. But I got to tell you, man, 82 years old, as my mom says, why does he still have brown hair? What is wrong with the world? My mom has to get her hair done at 82, and my dad just got brown hair.
Exactly. My dad didn't start having gray hair until he married a 40-year-old.
That's always does it to you.
And he's in his 80s.
What's going on, Bruce? Did you drive all weekend long? You're just back at it.
Yeah, I did. I'm actually supposed to be off today. I was going to have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but, they threw in a little incentive extra pay, and they added another $100 to it. I said, you know what? I can do that.
Yeah.
But I'll be done. I'm over here headed to Lubbock and then back to Plainview, and I'll be done for the day. I'll be home by probably 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 That's not bad. I mean, that's a pretty good call, Bruce. I got to tell you, especially given the fact that it's like once you get into the flow, you're kind of on the go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying what you're doing isn't hard, but it's like once you kind of make the determination to do it, then you're kind of sitting there keeping up with all the stuff going on in your cab, keeping an eye on the road, but also knowing you got a little bit of something heading your way extra. It's a pretty good call. I mean, you seem happy. You seem like you're in a good mood.
My daughter's birthday's coming up, so I said, that'd give us a little extra money.
Well, by the way, Trev, that's kind of cool too. You know, your daughter's birthday's coming up. You get an extra bone. You get you get a big bone in your paycheck, and you can almost kind of say, now I know I can get her something, not even worry about what it does to the finances, right?
That's it.
That's pretty good, Bruce. I got no complaints about that either. I'm glad you called, man. Did you get to do anything? I know you worked all weekend long, but what did you do for R&R? Did you get a chance to do anything on your downtime?
Oh, I didn't have. I was working all weekend.
Oh no, I know on your when you finally settled in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I may go play golf today. There's enough time.
Will you do me a favor? If you play any links, would you please send me some pics? Because my brother actually was so excited when he found out that a lot of truck drivers were golfers. Because he actually wants to do something where he and I go meet somebody to play a round of golf. He really wants to do that.
All right.
And because he's his son has autism, and he's looking for ways. He's got some money, but he's looking for ways to kind of start something for kids with autism to kind of call attention to their condition. And golf seems to be the thing for him. Maybe we'll get together, shoot a round of golf, and figure out what we can do to help some kids. Sound good?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Always.
What else is happening?
Hey, and I had heard the story the other day, and I couldn't believe it. Over there in Emerald, we got that big Texan. You go up to 64-ounce steak or whatever you got to eat in an hour. Somebody the other day ate 3. It was in one day. But they ate one. Let's say breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't know.
Oh my God!
They ate one for breakfast. They came back. They had 3, and oh my Lord! How? I don't know where they put it.
Well, I mean, it's like Miki. Remember we had Miki on the show? I mean, there are people, I'm like I said, there are people who can put it away and then don't put it away again for quite some time. Brother, I'm going to let you float because our phone lines, as you probably guessed, on this hour-long open phones, open forum, feels like the old days. Thank you, Bruce Almighty. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, you too. Thank you all. Everybody be safe.
Thank you, sir. Nice for him to start the show off.
Oh, 100%. And listen, we got good old Bandit, and we got good old Chowder, and we also have some more time to get your phone call in there. 615-292 Nemo?
Nemo.
Yeah.
Hey ho, Nemo. 615-292-6366 is the number you want to call. Lots of stuff going on, by the way. The ATA is calling for an enforcement surge. Those pandering jerks. I'm going to say it right now.
Pandering.
We need another enforcement of this, the English proficiency thing. Man, the ATA is pandering, dude. We get it. We get it. We should do it again. I mean, what? Okay. Jamie Jones has got an editorial worth reading about how the situation in regards to truck drivers not being at fault during most of the accidents might be even a better situation than we thought before. And it looks like there might be some changes in the way they collate and collect data about accidents on the road that actually may favor truck drivers even more. Crazy story. I saw a movie this weekend too, The Monkey by Osgood Perkins.
Oh, how was that?
It's really fun. It's a comedy. That's what I'm going to tell you right now. If you go in to watch it, guys, if you think it's silly and stupid, it's supposed to be. People die in spectacular ways, and the last death involves a semi-truck. The people who get killed by it totally deserve it.
Yeah.
Semi-truck doesn't do anything wrong.
Spoiler alert.
It's just the most hysterical punchline to end a movie I've seen in a long time. I bring this up because there is a story in CDL Life about the owner of a Dallas Cowboys logo semi-truck says that a motorist severed his own arm by sideswiping the trailer from behind. We got to dig into that in a little bit, by the way, and a couple of other crazy stories as well, too. The most important news piece going on right now is that most of President Trump's global tariffs were ruled illegal by a federal court of appeals by a vote of 7-4. The crux is that he exceeded his authority in imposing them, but the judges let the levies stay in place because of the potential for appeal. Meaning they didn't just throw it all out. They said, nope, we're going to let this stay here because we don't know what the next court is going to do. So for now, it's in limbo, but the tariffs are still in application. And just a quick reminder, as our friends from OOIDA like to tell you, on this Labor Day, as a working human being, because many of you are both entrepreneurs and laborers simultaneously, you run your own shop, but you're often contracted to work for people who have larger fleets and carriers. You still have time to shape the next highway bill. That is still an opportunity and an option you have. We'll talk about all of that, but we'll take your phones. We're going to come back on the other side, talk to our good friend Bandit after our pledge, our national anthem. A little bit longer of a Java this morning, a little bit of a bracing cup
Like
from
it should
Pastor
be.
John, like it should be, and then we'll jump in and get Bandit and Chowder and whoever else gives us a call. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, just in case you didn't know, it is Monday. Hey, I wanted to share this with you. I know a lot of you, ladies and gentlemen, are enjoying your Labor Day weekend and you're sitting back chilling and just looking at life as a whole. But I want to ask you a question. During this time that you're off, do you think it's a good idea for you to get a little bit more time in prayer and talking to God about life as a general? I looked in Matthew chapter 6 and I saw something very interesting. I want to share it with you. Matthew chapter 6 verse 6 says, "But when you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees you in secret will reward you." Now, I got a whole sermon out of this, but I'm just going to give you a quick couple of points that I pulled out of it. Notice what Matthew says. He says, when you pray. So there's an indication that Matthew is letting us know that there should be a consistent time that you spend with God. It doesn't matter when, what time of the day, but it should be pretty much consistent. Consistency is how you know that you're getting your prayers answered. And so therefore, he says, but when you pray, which means that you do pray. But then he says something very interesting. He said, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret. Now, that portion of it, that passage is so deep in detail, but I want to just give you something to think about. He says there should be somewhere that you can go. Now, listen to me. He said there should be somewhere that you can go and talk to God and know that God is listening to you. That's why he says go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret. See, there should be somewhere that you and God can get together that's very intimate, somewhere that you and God can spend some time together uninterrupted. And he's telling you and he's telling me, make sure that that time is done consistently. Because remember, he says when you pray, he said there can be a consistency of, watch this, of intimacy between you and God. And that intimacy takes place in prayer. So, my brothers and sisters, before you get back out on the road this week, I want you to think about that. Do I have a place of consistency and intimacy that I can go and talk to God, and I know that God is listening to me? That's something for you to think about. Hey, and be careful out there and enjoy your Labor Day.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And we are enjoying this Labor Day because we're sitting back and chilling at the Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day here. It was not cool this morning by any stretch of the imagination, but it was drier. I don't know if you noticed that when you got in town. It didn't have that oppressive blanket feel that it always has. By the way, I am so glad August is over. It was one of the longest years I've ever experienced. Welcome back to Nemo Nation. It felt like that. I got to tell you, of all the months, why does August have to have 58 days? I feel every single one of them. Dave might be stopping in a little bit in the next hour or so, just to say good morning and hello. Might stop in the last half hour. Might hear from Lindsay in the last half hour as well. We'll be hearing from lots of you. First up on the replays, by the way, everything has been thoughtfully put together. This isn't just like throw some stuff up there. Let's get some Shasta up there in the air. The consideration was to kind of talk about Labor Day, but to also talk about, some of our best segments we've had in the first 3 months of launching this particular platform. You can find us on Odyssey. You can find us on iHeart. You can find us, you can find us yakking it up on YouTube. We do a lot of yakking on YouTube. You can find us on the Book of Face, Live 365, RadioNemo.com, and everywhere you get your podcast after the broadcast shuffles off its live radio coil. The first people up are going to be Jay Hosty and Mark Schwemmer in regards to replays of that. Dave got a chance, as is his way, to head over to the TA Petro in Slidell and spend some time with Jay. Lifelong fan Jay is, lifelong trucker Jay is, and Dave and Cheryl thought they'd bounce on over and just say congratulations to him for being named Citizen Driver. We got some phone calls here. We're going to start with Bandit, by the way. I want to get Bandit in first. And yes, Bandit, of course. Write it and I'll read it.
I wasn't even going to mention it on the air just so I wasn't being obnoxious.
You're not being obnoxious, dude. You're not being obnoous at all. Write it, and I'll read it. I read when Ranger Tom.
Oh, come on, Dre.
Yeah, when Ranger Tom wrote a couple of books, I read them. Like I said, that's not heavy lifting for me. I'm more than happy to do that. You take the time to write something, I will take the time to read it. Absolutely. What else is going on?
Oh, I'm enjoying the beautiful sunshine right now. I am back in Indiana for the next 2 days. I am making a delivery in Indianapolis, then I have to go up to Logansport, pick up a load there, deliver it in Greenfield, Indiana tomorrow morning, and then if I have enough hours left on my 70 at that point, then I can head to my house. It's 40 miles from Greenfield.
God almighty. So you got it going on, though. I mean, you have the whole thing just kind of happening. It's going. You're doing it.
Yep.
How are you coming along in regards to that book you're working on?
Well, I actually sent Tara the first finished draft of Chapter 1 because I've been going back through fixing continuity errors and everything on what I have written so far and fixing the flow of everything and making sure the key points I wanted to hit were still being hit while broadening the detail to really immerse the reader in it. Nice.
And, the thing is, too, is that, there is no such thing as writing. There's only rewriting. And that's kind of one of the crucial things is that one of my favorite lines is you really don't finish anything. You simply finally get absolutely sick of it. And then you kind of move on. That's kind of the deal with it. You just figure out. My other favorite thing I've ever heard once is how do you get a happy ending in a book? Come to someplace happy and stop writing. I've always loved that little solution to it as well. What's the rest of your day look like? You've kind of outlined it a little bit for us as well, though, but you got anything fun planned coming up this week?
Just get home hopefully tomorrow and then have Wednesday and Thursday off and come back out on Friday and do it again.
Yeah, and the cycle continues. My brother, it is good to hear from you. By the way, Dre's got some grief he wants to give you.
Oh, no, not him. You have a great day. I just got something to say after that before we get to Chow Wow.
Thank you, brother. By the way, be safe out there, Bandit. Bye.
Later, brother.
Bye.
What you got in your mind?
Can I make a little announcement and give some props and some love to a couple people that are listening to the show at the moment?
Sure. Go knock yourself out.
Well, listen, my friend, today is September 1st, and it's also Labor Day, but it's also the anniversary of Chelsea Parsons and I. I am very thankful and very happy to be able to share the past 2 years with this very selfless and giving woman, and also give a little hidey-ho there to Chelsea, Cece, and Quinn. I almost get that mixed up whenever I say Cece and Chelsea. I call them one or the other.
Chelsea, Cece, and Quinn. Chelsea, Cece, and Quinn. Chelsea, Quinn, and Cece.
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, do the CQC.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, sometimes you want to do, if the consonants are hard, then you can do them together. If it was kwa, that'd be fine. But because the C is soft, you go kwa, sa.
And it also doesn't help. I get a little nervous putting a shout out to them. But listen, I love you guys. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. I wish I was with y'all. But maybe someone else can say howdy ho there as well. Chowder, come in here, buddy. We got a couple minutes left.
What's going on, man?
Good morning, family. Congratulations, Dre and the clan thereof, Dre. It's a big accomplishment. Proud and happy for you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Not much going on. Chowder's just been out collecting checks and looking at scenery. I'm glad you liked my pics I sent Jimmy the other day. Me and the wife, I had to have a tooth pulled on Saturday, emergency room type dentist thing. Fortunately, my wife works at a daycare where it seems like half the clientele are dentists, so she just called one up, and they came in and yanked the old tooth out of Chowder. So he does actually have a hole in his head. But
I knew it.
You and I had an exchange, by the way, about this, and I have to tell you, there are a few greater reliefs in this world than the aftermath of having had successful dental adjustments or dental surgery. It is like it is the best soreness when you realize, oh, wait, this isn't going to be going back and forth of a flow between absolutely unbearable and low grade. I hate this.
Well, that's right. They asked me how long it had been bothering me. I said, well, about 3 months and 3 jars or containers of Oragel. And they're like, why didn't you come in sooner? I'm like, hello, drive a semi. Dentists don't work on Fridays. But we got her taken care of. And then we went out and did our favorite side-by-side in the Badlands and some scenery and saw some cactuses. And my wife's getting much more braver, if that's even a word. I believe it's not, but it's been chatified, so it's okay, about driving through the prairie dog fields on some of these Badland trails. And man, I wish she'd go back to being cautious, because them potholes of prairie dog homes, they hurt when she hits them at about 30.
Oh, yeah.
But we had a good time, saw some nice cactus, some antelope. Chowder went down a hill and came up and saw Mr. Fuzzy Cow, buffalo right there head-to-head, and we came to a mutual agreement. I would back up and he turned around, but it was a good time in the lands of the Badlands, and we found a few Fairburn agates to top the day off.
That is not a bad way to spend a weekend. That is not a bad way to spend a little bit of time, my friend. Matter of fact, that's not just kind of perfectamundo, to quote the famous author Fonzarelli.
Yeah, it was a mild 77 degrees, a slight breeze, and it was quiet and peaceful. And a little time with the wife is always a good thing when you're out of the concrete jungle, out into the woods.
My friend, we're going to have to hit this break, but I want to give you the final thought, by the way, as we enjoy your coffee. Again, we got those Keurig cups, and we fill them up, and we have a little bit of coffee. Dre is wearing one of the Sturgis shirts as well. Maybe we'll have Sturgis Day. By the way, speaking of dentist stuff, and then I want to get you the final thought here. Dave made a really good point to me one day. Well, actually, he was funny. He was supposed to come in and do some work afterwards. He says, can we put it off? And I'm like, can you tell me why? And he goes, I finally got a dentist appointment. I'm like, goodbye. I'm like, goodbye.
Yeah, well, my final word is everybody drive safe, have a good day, but shouldn't Labor Day really be for women? Because I don't believe a guy's ever had a kid.
Hey, that's what I... Listen, man, I'll end it by saying this. The dungeon has bad... I should probably read it. The dungeon has bad rum and cokes, but I heard they have strippers. Have a good day, Chowder.
Thank you, Chowder.
Oh, he's gone. Oh.
He's like Lamont Cranston. He's the shadow. He moves between the raindrops. As do you. By the way, go to truckdown.com. 50 states, 8 provinces, doing it since 1997. Get out of the ditch and back on the road. Find that provider by going to truckdown.com. Nemo Nation continues on the other side at 615-292-6366.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Thank you very much, Phone Master Dre. Let's get that reporter's music set up again, because we have another ink-stained wretch headed our way. But, you know, when you feel like it, just let it rip. Oh, there we go. Dave, would you care to do the actual honors this time?
This just in. Landline Senior Editor Mark Schwemmer on the scene here on Radio Nemo live streaming this Monday morning. Good morning, Mr. Schwemmer.
Woo! Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate that intro. That's like a childhood dream there.
I know we always, when Claire kind of composed that, Mark, I said, basically listen to the CBS News stinger, and my wife went, yeah, I got it. I'll come back, and literally composed that based off of that. You remember that, Dave? Yeah. Mark Schwemmer is here on the scene, man. We have a conversation that's actually kind of unfolding. Dave, take it away.
Oh, yes. Wow. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here is run through a timeline that is not 50 years long, like most of the timelines we talk about, like parking. So here we go. The now infamous Florida crash happened on Monday, August 18. OOIDA asks Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to suspend states' authorities to issue non-domiciled CDLs for interstate commerce. Then on Thursday, August 21, OOIDA sent letters to 43 governors, each asking each state to stop giving out new non-domiciled CDLs until problems with the program can be addressed. On that same day, last Thursday, ICE picks up the driver's brother who was in the country illegally. And then on the next day, Friday, this past Friday, the State Department, of all departments, releases Rubio's statement, and we are putting the kibosh on those CDLs. Thanks not great, but thanks, period, to OOIDA for this. But wow, you couldn't make this up. I mean, this is made for TV movie stuff. The brother thing is like a bonus. I'm not trying to be funny here, but wow. When things happen, they happen all at once sometimes, and this is it, huh?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You know, here at Landline, you talk about going back timeline 50 years. Landline Magazine is having its 50th anniversary year, and we're kind of starting to get ready for our October issue, which will kind of commemorate the 50 years of Landline in that issue. And so all the work kind of went on that. But then last week, with everything that happened, everything obviously pivoted to so much news that kept on coming out about the crash, coming about the details. Obviously, like you mentioned, association wrote a letter to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and then to the 43 governors that currently issue non-domicile CDLs. But yeah, it seems like every moment we're getting more details on this. Obviously, there's been kind of a political pushback between what you're getting out of DHS and DOT versus what California governors saying, all of that sort of stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of noise associated with this. But I think that the big part in OIDA's take on it is this should all be about safety, all about creating great barriers to getting a CDL, regardless of your background. The true professional truck drivers to be able to, the ones that I talk to all the time that have gone, 1 million miles with no crashes, it's real skill to do that. And we need as many of those type of drivers as we can, so we make sure when they first enter the industry and get that CDL, that it's somebody who's been properly trained and has the skills that they need to be successful and be safe.
Safety is, to me, and I'm going back through again the pretty much the same 50 years that you guys are going through. Safety is one of those umbrella words where when you're in trouble, you just duck under the safety umbrella, and we talk about how safety is the most important thing, and through the decades, in my experience, like safety meetings. How do you have a safety meeting at a factory? Well, that's pretty easy. You just do it at lunchtime, and everybody's in the cafeteria. Okay, how do you do it with trucking? Well, every once in a while, somebody will come into the office. But then we had the cassette tapes, and the cassette tapes started going out. In other words, what I'm trying to get at is that safety is a real thing for the industry. It is the basis, it's the core of the existence of the industry, because forget the commerce. If you're not safe, the commerce doesn't get there anyway. So what's the difference? You might as well not have trucks if they're not going to be safe. And then the people who drive the trucks are people, and all of that gets balled into it. But I think what happens in trucking is that we preach safety, safety, safety on issues that don't seem to be directly related to safety. So we're accused of pulling the safety card out every time somebody, hiccups on the highway. It's like, oh, that's a safety issue. We got to do something about it. Well, it's not really a safety issue. We'll have to do some research on that. And then 3 years later, you find out it is a safety issue. Now we got to do research on how to address the safety issue that we should have addressed 3 years ago. I mean, I'm talking in circles, but I think we are living in circles. It's frustrating, and I'm going to turn it over to you now.
So no, I totally agree with you, and I think the thing that so I don't have obviously as much experience and background as yourself or as Landline as the magazine, but I've been here 10 years.
Okay, you've only got 40 more. You'll make it. You'll make it. What I'm saying is that's look. So. I'm not. You see, that's the other problem. I've been sitting on the sidelines on the side of the road for 50 years watching what's going on and maybe trying to pick up some of it, so I'm not an expert in any means. Just being around long enough doesn't count for much at all. But what I'm saying is that this crap has been going on for as long as I've been around, and that's a long time. So, again, let me give it back to you.
Yeah, no, 100%. But the thing when I did start 10 years ago that was shocking to me, I had a journalism background. I'd worked at regional newspapers in Missouri and Kansas and that sort of thing before that. But when I came over to here, I remember at that time there was some of the news that Jamie Jones' stories she was working on at the time was about entry level driver training rule, and I thought, oh, okay, they must be beefing that up or whatever. And then I realized, no, this is the first time that they're going to have a rule, and that was so shocking to me. And what I've always kind of said, if you were to start, like you said, we use this word safety all the time, and I feel like if I was going to start a government agency today for trucking, what's the way that we could ensure safety the most? I would think it would all start with making sure that the people that you're giving CDLs to, that you're putting behind the wheel of these 80,000-pound trucks, are as equipped and as well-trained as possible to put them in a position for success. And instead, it seems like the safety are about like these kind of weird regulations sometimes about what color a tape is on certain things and all the gadgets that we can try to put on to try to alleviate. It's like we want to make it easier for somebody to get behind the wheel, but then we want to cover it up with all these gadgets and all of this. So I feel like, that's the thing. If we want to talk about safety, let's start with the core issue. And I think the best thing that you can do is the person that has that CDL is somebody who is skilled, who really should be behind. It's like, with anything they would have. I mean, if I'm going to hire somebody to be my plumber, they better not like screw up everything in the house, or electrician better not start a fire. They better know what they're doing. And we should, and this is not just about, it is about safety, but it's also, we need to protect the people that we're giving these CDLs to. We need to put them in a position so that they're not, we're just setting them up for really possibly a catastrophe. So we need to do that. That's what I think is that we need to start with the core principles and the building blocks, and that starts with a well-trained driver.
Yeah, and we need to avoid a diploma mill. And the other thing I wanted to ask you both, and I'll start with Mark, do you think this is the logical end, the final end of a lot of what happened during deregulation? The idea that we've made it so much easier and easier and easier over the 50 years that deregulation really begins, which is around the mid-70s, 75, 76, when President Carter begins to deregulate the industry. Do you think this is the logical, the promised end of where we'd end up, where we have too many people who don't have either what I would call the background training or the actual training, and now we've got just people out there on the road who think they're qualified to drive trucks and aren't?
Well, I think that's an interesting question. I do, one of the things that I know is that you look back of, since deregulation, since 1980, the type of situation that where the salaries have not kept up with inflation whatsoever of drivers. So it does seem there's obviously a lot of issues there where, if you pay a high salary for any profession, you're going to be able to, the cream's going to rise to the top. There's going to be a lot of competition for those jobs, and they're only going to go to the most skilled, the most trained, those sort of thing. But we've had the salaries drop to the point where a lot of people that might have been a truck driver before chose to do other jobs, or we see the turnover rates at large carriers. When it's exceeding over 100%, and somebody would go, well, maybe I'll just do construction instead, or do this job that's sort of related to it instead. I think you see that happen quite often, and if you look back. To not to dodge your question too much, but it kind of starts where you look at from 1980 to now, where that's gone salary-wise, and I think there's a connection there, I'm sure.
Deregulation, do you think economically then it's a devaluation of the job itself? Not the people in the job, but the job itself has been devaluated. The rule of unintended consequences at play.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be an economist or even as far as knowing all of the history of everything. I was born in 1978, so we're going back to 1980 there. It's hard for me to know for sure everything that plays into part of it, but I definitely think that's at least there's definitely some signs that point to those indicators there that is part of it, because why have those salaries not kept up with inflation? Why are turnover rates so high? And I think there are a ton of factors there, but to act like that it has absolutely nothing to do with deregulation, I think would be difficult to believe as well. Obviously, that was a key point on the timeline for anybody. If we're going to trucking, the history of trucking, that's going to be a key point on anybody's timeline.
For sure. Hey, I don't pretend to be an economist either, but I do go to the grocery store, if you know what I mean. I enjoyed doing it. You enjoyed hearing it. And Ten Ring said the open for your segment here this morning. He says, that sounds like the roving reporter section of Ray Stevens' The Streak. That's great. That's a compliment. Mark, thank you so much. And you deserve every nice thing that Jamie Jones said about you. The piece is called Administration to Halt Work Visas for Truck Drivers, Rubio says. You can go to landline.media. And then just look at the news there, and you'll see that and the other stories that you and everybody is working on over there at Landline now. So, wow, thank you so much for being part of what we do around here, man. It's not devalued.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Thank you, and have a great week.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Nemo Nation continues here, fast pace, moving at you at speed of light. Speaking of speed of light, our good friend Jane Jezraoui will be here at the conclusion of the mid 2 hours before we go to the final post-trip moment. And we're going to be at the speed of light then, because with Jane Jezraoui, we'll talk about science fiction movies and how they've impacted transportation over the years. Dave, would you care to do the honors and introduce our next guest?
We are going to talk with a young man who started listening to the Road Gang before the internet was even invented. Jay Hosty is with us. Jay, good morning, man.
Good morning, Dave Nemo.
Well, let me ask first off, where you at? Where you at right now?
I am sitting in a McDonald's in Grantsville, Maryland.
We were talking about McDonald's a little bit. Is it one of those great, colorful ones with the playground, or is it one of those gray ones that looks like, I don't know, the Gray Bar Hotel?
Yep, more like that.
Oh, goodness.
But it's a pretty day outside, and the temperature's probably about 65 degrees. It's very comfortable.
All right. Well, that's 65 degrees ain't bad. I was telling my wife this week. We have a new air conditioner that tells you what the temperature is outside. And I think it was like, I don't know, it was like 5 in the morning. And I said, man, it's only 80 degrees outside. She says, what do you mean only 80 degrees? It says, last week it was 95 at this time, So you take what you can get. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why are we talking to you this morning? We are thrilled to do that. And I've been waiting since March to do this. We are talking to you about something that you and I are going to be attending. Well, I'll be attending. You'll be there under another umbrella. The Citizen Driver Naming Ceremony for your TA, Travel Centers of America at Slidell, Louisiana. The J. Hosty Travel Center. That is super. It is to me, it is one of the most meaningful awards in trucking because, yeah, you're a great driver. Everybody that has been nominated and has been selected have all been wonderful drivers within the industry itself. But this award goes beyond the industry. And that's when Tom O'Brien came up with this idea when he was the CEO at TA Petro. The award was established, and the idea of it was so encompassing. Nothing was left out, and I can't think of anybody who was more deserving than you and all of the other folks who have been there. The group of judges take it super seriously. Well, let's go back to your beginning. We were talking about you a little bit earlier because you and I kind of got acquainted long distance, so to speak, even though you were here in New Orleans. You're over in Mississippi. You live in Mississippi now, but you from New Orleans here.
Yeah.
You started listening to the show like a lot of kids did with that radio in your bedroom, under your pillow when you were a teenager. What kind of brought you to the trucking thing with Charlie Douglas?
Well, I knew I wanted to be a truck driver, and I don't know how I stumbled on to the radio show, but being from the New Orleans area, WWL was all, that was popular with TV and AM radio, and I just started listening, and at that time I think the show was at midnight to 5 a.m.
Yeah, 11. Yeah, 11 to 5. Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, mainly on weekends I would listen, and I remember you being I'd say the sidekick to Charlie Douglas, or you were doing the weekend shows and stuff.
Exactly.
And yeah, I just got into that truck driving music, and it's still, I still like the old truck driving music. That's what I choose to listen to for truck driving songs. But yeah, it just got a hold of me, and then I was actually riding with a guy, and this was about 1978. I would ride with this fella that I met, and I'd call into the show. We wasn't on the road. I'd be at home, but I would use like his truck. I'd say I'm leased to Ryder. I would be filling in like I was him.
Yeah.
That
is fun.
What is really fun too, Dave, wanted to kind of point this out, is that the stop that you've picked, that one in Slidell that many people are aware of, is not just one you've picked because it's in your hood. It's got real nostalgic and sentimental value to you.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes. Because at that same time, as a teenager, 17, 18 years old, my girlfriend at the time, Kat, who is my wife now of 43 years, I'm proud to say, we would go out there and we had my mother's car. It was a little Datsun station wagon, a B210 Datsun station wagon.
Yeah.
Yep. We used to open the hatchback and sit back there and look at the trucks coming in. And that whole area, that parking lot, now it's all still the same,
It is, yeah.
And they never really changed a whole lot, but the trucks that I'd see that I liked, we'd go run in the back and watch them back in, and then I'd take pictures of them. So that was our little weekend thing that we would do sometimes.
Yeah, you and I have a lot in common that you probably don't know this, but you lost a lot of your photos in Hurricane Katrina. I lost
Absolutely.
a lot of my photos in the May flood in 2010 up in Nashville. So yeah, we've lost photos to water in two different places at two different times, but but you still have some, I think. Yeah. I remember Gary Salisbury is one of the few people that I've ever met who never drove a company truck. He started his truck driving career as an owner-operator. And I don't quite remember, did you actually start with your own truck, or did you drive a company truck for a short time?
Nope.
That's what I
with my
thought.
own.
Yeah.
Yep. At 19 years old, my wife, Kat, actually spotted this little truck for sale. When I say a little truck, it was a little single-axle day cab truck.
Mm-hmm.
And she spotted it somewhere in Chalmette, where we lived at the time, Chalmette, Louisiana. And she said, "You got to see this little truck. It's a cute little truck, and it's for sale." And I had no plans on buying a truck at that time. I figured I'd be driving for somebody to get experience, and then I'd buy a truck eventually.
Sure.
And sure, we went and looked at that little truck, and that man told me, I said, "I'm only 19 years old. How am I going to work for anybody?" And he said, "Oh, I have contacts. If you buy the truck, I can help you get you going." And long story short, I had to pay for my own public liability insurance, but all I did was run around the city of New Orleans moving empty containers. And
oh yeah,
I
that's
paid for my
real
own.
easy to do. By the way, that's a cush job, running containers around New Orleans.
Yeah.
Wow,
Well,
baptism by fire, right there.
That's how I cut my teeth at 19 years old. I didn't have a clue what I was doing, but I just knew it's what I wanted to do, and I seen that, hey, I could make some money at this compared to work. I was working at the time for $4.25 an hour, I think it was, at a building materials company. You might be familiar with them, Campbell's Building Materials.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, I was driving a straight truck for them locally, just delivering building materials. And when I got that little truck going, I was making way more money than $4.25 an hour, and I thought this is the way to go right here.
Yeah. Because when I was in high school and college, I was making $2 an hour on the river on the American commercial barge lines, and I was making good money. So, yeah, you were
Wow.
doing that. 4 was good, but the owner operatorship was awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
We only got about 3 more minutes here, and we could talk forever, and we'll get a chance to talk
Yep.
for a bit this coming Saturday. We'll be there. I'm not going to ask you how you feel, because to me that's an unanswerable question. But are you looking forward to this? Has it been in your mind since Mid-America?
Oh yes, very much so. But I have to say I'm most honored that you're going to be there. That means the world to me that you're going to make it. So I appreciate you coming very much.
Oh, I would not miss it, and thank you for that. Hey, listen, I also want to mention, too, Jamie Jones and Mark Schremer were just on us from OOIDA, and, of course, Trucking with OOIDA. We host them here on all of the platforms, and you have a great deal of relationship with OOIDA. You're a lifetime member, have been for a long time. But you're also the OOIDA Safe Driver Award winner, the Landstar Million Miler, Overdrive Magazine's 2024 Trucker of the Year. You are involved with St. Christopher and Trucker's Final Mile, and of course ATHS. We got a chance to spend some time up in York, Pennsylvania last year, you and Tara and myself up there. So let me just say congratulations and thank you for being the guy you are and the driver you are and the business person you are, because guys like you elevate everything. And we can't wait to get over to the old Slidell Union 76. Yeah, I was telling the story a little bit earlier this morning that place was the first sponsor of trucking radio ever, the Slidell Union 76. And of course, it's, the TA now, Travel Centers of America, but it's the same place, and I think the same spirit, same layout and everything, so we won't get lost when we get over there.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, Jay,
hey, I'd like to give credit to my wife, Kat, very much for standing by me for 43 years. Dave, she's the woman behind the man behind the wheel.
Just like the song says. All right.
Yes,
in fact,
sir.
On the next edition of Nemo's Night Beat, I'm going to play that song in honor of Kat.
Oh, that'd be great.
Where are you heading to now? When you leave McDonald's?
I'm about 45 minutes away from a delivery just south of Cumberland, Maryland. I'm going to unload there, and then I have to reload in Butler, Pennsylvania, which is about 2 or 3 hours away, and I will be heading down to Crystal Springs, Mississippi to deliver probably Thursday, and then I'll go home from there.
Fantastic.
Lifetime OIDA member, citizen driver, friend of the show, and in possession of an accent that I absolutely adore because it's mine as well, although I'm from the Irish Channel. Jay Hosty has joined us this morning. Thank you, sir, and congratulations on all your success.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this break. More guests coming your way, including Jenna Jarvis, Kevin Hawley, and Mike McHorse. And the future was yesterday. We'll be right back. Go to ShadyRays.com and look as cool as the other side of the pillow. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Well, Dave's not here, man, but he will be.
He will be, actually. So this actually worked out kind of a happy accident, a nice way to kind of play it. Don't be sorry. It worked out perfectly. We could actually pull the old cat routine. Meant to do that. Meant to do that. Meant to do that. I felt exactly how I meant to fell. Dave got a chance to head on over there. So we got a chance to listen to Jay Hosty.
Yes.
So that was Dave putting his money where his mouth was. And he'll be joining us here shortly. You can join us as well, too, at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
It is Labor Day, so Dre and I are going to engage in some labor across the time that we're doing some great replays for you. We actually are this week putting the finishing touches on the Fastport studio here at the historic Edgar Degas House. That Fastport studio, of course, is courtesy of our friends at Fastport. Go to nationalapprenticeship.org. Go to fastport.com and find out how they're coming up with workforce solutions. Our friend Brad Bentley and company are doing it through people. They're doing it through new technologies. They're doing, they're great Americans. I'll just say that and let that hang there. Brad, by the way, is out of town. He is currently over in Tallahassee hanging out with retired Colonel Chuck Hodges and Courtney George, a number of our friends over there. He went to go see the Florida State Alabama game.
Oh, how was that, Brad?
Oh, you know what? We're going to give Brad a little bit of slack here, though, because he is the best sport you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
He is gracious in victory. He is magnanimous. He's gracious in defeat and magnanimous in victory, meaning that he doesn't rub it in on you. And when he when he loses, he is a good loser. Not a long time loser. Alabama doesn't lose in the long term. They'll figure out the problem soon. Really quickly, he sent me the funniest meme of, DeBoer is the coach now.
Yeah.
Saban was the coach then. It's a picture of Saban with the old Cracker Barrel logo. It was a picture of DeBoer with the new Cracker Barrel logo.
And I got to give it to Brad because he's living in New Orleans, being an Alabama fan, so you have to be a good sport.
Although there are a lot of people down here who were graduates, there's a lot of roll tide rolling around here. A lot of people, look, the thing about college is the fact that, why don't you go to the state school? Because a lot of people have this crazy idea that maybe college shouldn't be about going 50 miles up the road. That maybe college should be about going someplace else. Although Brad was from Alabama when he went to Alabama. I was always a big believer. You got to go someplace. You got to meet new. You got to get a fresh start. I'm a big believer in fresh starts. I mean, here we are on this particular platform. You know who needs a fresh start? I'm not picking on him. Dooner. Oh, man, is Dooner going through some stuff right now. Big story over in Transport Topics about the brouhaha going on between him and FreightWaves, by the way. 615-292-6366.
615-292, and I'm pretty sure the guy that those four letters is calling right now. Wireless caller!
Hey ho, Nemo, what's going on?
Better known as Wireless Caller. Yeah, good morning.
Wireless Caller is here.
And happy Labor Day.
Yeah, not to belabor the Labor Day, but happy Labor Day to you, my friend.
Yeah.
So how was it? How was the Citizen Driver?
Oh, it was really, really nice, and had quite a number of people there, and some of his children and his sister made a nice talk, and it was good, and the food was really good too. I had my classic. They had a luncheon set out for us, but you had a choice. You could get the new fried chicken with the hot honey on it. That was great. Then they had a really nice burger for those who might want a burger. And then I had the classic truck stop meal of all time, as far as I'm concerned, the chicken fried steak.
Nice.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
By the way, have you
And
you're a big fan of Rock and Bowl. Yale College Inn is next door. Have you ever had their chicken fried steak po' boy?
no, I saw that on the menu though, and I thought, well, there you go.
Um,
That is,
good choices. He must have been so.
how do they continue to find ways to kill you but make you love it all at the same time?
Well, that's the Nemo Nation. That's the New Orleans. That's the Road Gang way. We kill you, but you love it that we're doing it to you. That's our new theme point. They must have been really proud folks over there. They must have been beaming.
They were. It was just a nice afternoon, and the weather was nice. The plaque is beautiful. And Jay, Jay's he's like Gary Salisbury. I mean, there are very few people. I don't know how does this 19-year-old kid go into a bank and say, "I want to be a truck driver. I need to buy a truck," and they give him a truck. He goes out and starts making a living with his own truck at 19 and never looks back.
Dave?
He's got a 2022 Western Star. Looks like a 1972 Western Star. I mean, it's awesome, Jaybird Express. He's at least on the Landstar.
When he was
he's won so many awards there, too,
What year was that? What year did he walk in and just say, "Give me some money" at 19?
Well, let's see. It would have been in the 80s.
Yeah, there it is. It's morning in America, dude. Only in the 70s and 80s can you just walk in and say, "Give me some money."
I am, yeah, the 80s. You and I, especially around here, have been, just trashing the 70s. The 70s. Oh, yeah. And I'm wondering now because I heard something. In fact, I asked you about it. I thought you might have said it. I don't know where I heard this, but it just stuck with me so much. If you want to say, if you say I'm a child of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, what I think that means is if I'm a child of this decade, that means I was in grammar school during this decade. Is that how that rings with you?
That's how it rings with me, yeah. If you're a child of the 70s,
Okay.
it meant it. I'll put it this way, that basically, I've always said that if you're a child of the blank, it means that's when your cognizant 6th, 7th grade years were, is the best way to think about it. That kind of works, right?
Okay. That sounds good. So I'm a child of the 50s, late 50s, if you will. I heard somebody say that he was a child of the 80s. He was raised on hose water and neglect. Yeah! And Cheryl and I just looked at each other and was like, whoa, wait a minute. We have a child of the 80s, and we have a child who was born smack dab in the middle of the 80s, and I didn't know if that resonated. But then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. Maybe the 80s was the last decade where kids were free to go.
It's the last free range.
Their own lives.
It's the last free range. You could make a case that there's a couple of kids in New York and Chicago who actually had that continue for them, and a couple of kids in the country who had that continue for them into the 90s. But I think that the 70s. By the way, you have one child of the 70s and one child of the 80s, early 90s, is the best way to think about that. Because Amy should hit. I'm saying, well, Amy and I really live in that kind of what I call that twilight zone between 75 and 82. But that goes back to my theory as well, the idea that the 60s are actually 67 to 73 and that the 70s are 74 to 82 is a good way to kind of think about that as well. And that the 80s are then 83 to about 92, 93 is the way to kind of.
I know. We'll spend a lot of time trying to figure those little markers out, and then somebody will come along and write a book and prove it's totally wrong. So,
well, yeah, there's also a book by the British called The Long 60s, 1957 and 1973. So you never know. You never know how it's going to play. But it sounds like everybody had a great time over there, man. That just sounds like it
was really nice. His pastor came. Tim Cahill, the regional vice president for the Southeast, was there, gave a real nice talk. And it was just a nice afternoon. It was really, really nice.
So we
the
had
people there at the truck stop are wonderful too. Are really, really nice folks. And again, that place has so much history with Jay, and he told this story. In fact, he told this story on the show last week when he was on, about the fact that he and Kat, his wife, when they were still, before they were married, they used to go to the truck stop and just look at trucks. And when a good-looking truck would come in the front and go park around the back, they'd go follow the truck and go take pictures of it. And, of course, so we just commemorated the anniversary of Katrina, and all of his photos were lost in Katrina, which is such a... Who didn't have stuff like that gone in Katrina and other disasters, too. But at any rate, so he had almost a lifelong relationship with that truck stop. And then, as I've mentioned before, that particular truck stop on that lot there on Gauze Road in Slidell, Louisiana, used to be the Slidell Union 76. That was the first advertiser in the radio genre, which would very soon in the 70s become known as trucking radio, and it still exists. We're on it right now. Although it ain't radio no more. It's a completely different platform, but all of the changes that we've seen in our world have just been lightning fast. And as soon as you get used to using it, it's obsolete.
Well, yeah, that's what's so much fun. Dre and I were talking about today that both the studio and the show are going to make big leaps forward this week because we got a storage space. And by the way, I'm supposed to ask you on behalf of myself and Dre. We're going to do it today. Do you want to come in and build this table, or can Dre and I take it? It's up to you, but we're going to get it done.
Oh, I can't come in today. I can do it tomorrow, though.
It's going to get done. It's going to get done. We're going to knock it out. We're going to get some stuff done over here. But we wanted to give you first crack at the title if you wanted to take a shot at it today. We appreciate you. What's the rest of your Labor Day look like?
Well, going over to Amy's, and some other folks are going to be joining us over there, do some music and stuff like that.
I want to give an all points bulletin to our friend Showtime. If you want to give us a call back, we'd love to hear from you. Open phones, open forum discussion is happening on Nemo Nation this morning, along with replays. Don't be surprised if Lindsay LaRue drops in the last half hour on her return from Georgia. Yeah, Dave, we had a really good time yesterday. Ryan, by the way, who is an expert griller, made knock you lights out hamburgers. And he told me when I got there, he said, well, where's Dave? And I said, well, I didn't know he was invited. He said he wasn't. Thank God you didn't tell him he was. That's from Ryan. So I thought you'd enjoy that.
Well, he didn't have ham. I wasn't coming over there unless he had a ham.
By the way, Dave, the next time we get together next Monday, would you please tell the ham story? Please.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Please tell Cheryl I said hello. We'll see you sooner rather than later. You should be walking into a pretty cool place when you come in to cut the next edition of Nemo's Night Beat. By the way, that is happening tonight, is it not?
Hey, you know what? Nemo's Night Beat tonight is about the 50s, the 1950s. And I hope folks enjoy that. But going back to that quote about I was raised on hose water and neglect, I thought, you know what? I'm going to do a show about the 80s and kind of dig into the 80s. Maybe they were weirder than I gave them credit for. So the next week, Night Beat is going to center around some of the music, some of the fads, some of the stuff that went around in the 80s, and we'll try to piece some of that stuff together.
Besides the drugs.
Next week, the 80s. Yeah.
No drugs.
Yeah.
Good talk.
By the way, with the 80s, Dave, all I got to tell you, if you think the 80s weren't weird, I would tell people, look at the protest movements of the 80s. It makes these kids these days look like amateur hour. Speaking of the professional, Dave Nemo has joined us this morning. Thank you, Dave, so much, my friend.
Thank you, and really looking forward. Oh, one more thing, too.
Mm-hmm.
Codename Nemo. I heard that yesterday. This idea of the whole streaming idea, where if you miss it, You don't miss it. You can pick it up anytime, go back and re-listen to something, take notes. It's there. It's like you're building a library that actually exists in real time and in real space. It's a phenomenon that I didn't realize what the difference was in terms of what we're doing now and what I've done for most of my life. A brave new world. It really is. Speaking of the 80s.
Codename Nemo, by the way, is a book our good friend the Paranormal Pie Man bought as well, and I'm really excited to get his opinion of that book when he gets a chance to dig in and finish it. He bought the hard copy edition, so we're looking forward to his opinion. Dave, thank you, my brother. Love you. Be good and enjoy the fruits of your labors.
Thank you, everybody, and happy Labor Day once again.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Phone Master Dre, would you do me the honors, please? Yeah.
Yeah, we're just partying over here, man.
It is nice, by the way, if you give us a call at 615-292-6366. On May the 1st of 1886, you're probably asking yourself the question, why don't we celebrate Labor Day on May the 1st as opposed to the first Monday in September? I'm glad you asked it, by the way. We'll get to Mark here in a second. You also can jump into the phone calls as well. But on May the 1st of 1886, 35,000 workers went on strike in the city of the Broad Shoulders. Chicago. It was part of a larger organized labor protest across the entire United States. For the first 2 days, it was largely peaceful. But on May 3rd, violence broke out between laborers and police during a protest at Chicago's McCormick Reaper Works factory, leaving several workers wounded or dead. The incident encouraged anarchist labor leaders to call for another protest the following day at Haymarket Square. You get a couple of anarchists, some angry police, and a whole bunch of Pinkertons mixing into the crowd. Violence breaks out. The police attempt to disband the crowd. An anonymous individual throws a bomb at the police, killed an officer at the scene. The police retaliate. This is 1886, by the way, not yesterday. And when all was said and done, 7 officers and at least 1 civilian were killed in the chaos. Plenty more in the crowd were injured. So there's, an investigation. The police arrest 8 anarchist leaders on charges of conspiracy. 7 of the 8 were convicted of murder and sentenced to death, despite the fact that 6 of the defendants weren't even in Haymarket Square at the time the bomb was thrown. At the Second International Socialist Conference, you see, we picked September because we're not commies. At the Second International Socialist Conference in 1889, members voted to celebrate May 1st as International Workers' Day, referred to as May Day, to commemorate the Haymarket Affair. By the way, America is the land of radical ideas. Don't let the Soviets or the Russians ever tell you they came up with anything. All of this stuff really stems out of the American urge to basically break new ideas over other people's skulls. So President Grover Cleveland wanted to avoid the socialist and anarchist connotations of May Day, so when he established a holiday to placate American workers, he chose the first Monday in September, calling back to the previous traditions from the New York labor movement we told you about. Happy Labor Day to everybody out there in Nemo Nation. You can give us a call. You can jump into the conversation. Do I still got a Mark on the phone?
Oh, 100%. 615-292-6366. Give us a call, and good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dre. Morning,
Hi.
Jim.
How you doing, man? How you feeling? How's your leg? How's your back? How's your well-being? How's the wife?
How's your mama and them?
Mom and them is fine. Wife is fine. Kids are somewhere downstairs, I think, on a computer.
That works.
I'm knee's getting a lot better. Now, of course, the right knee's starting to hurt me a lot more because, well, hey, it's now the weak knee compared to the left. Been off the pain meds and muscle relaxers for over a week. And I was wrong on the date of my right knee. It's October 20th when that one will be done, not the 10th that I thought it was. But doing all right. Almost got full mobility back in the left knee.
Two things.
About 5 degrees to go.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you weren't finished. I want to say 2 things you brought up here that are really important that Mark kind of shows the way. The faster you guys can get off painkillers, pain meds, which, by the way, are necessary for the recovery process, because what you don't want to do is have unbearable pain during recovery. But the faster you can get off those things and get back to healing pain, the better off you are, the less dependent you become on it down the road. That's a really big thing. The other thing I kept thinking of, and Dre can probably relate to this, and if you guys want to give us a call about this, because Mark's opened the Pandora's box on this one. You ever had a surgery that fixed your chronic pain and then realized once it was all over with, once they got rid of your chronic pain problem, all the other places you hurt that you weren't aware of because the pain in that one area was so intense? It sounds like that's what's going on, man.
Yep. So I'm still taking the Tylenol, but I also didn't want to stay on the pain meds or the muscle relaxers too long, that if I got too used to them, that they would not be effective, in October for the other surgery.
That's exactly it. Boy, that is great pain management. Whoever working with you on that is giving you good advice. And the other thing is to take all the Tylenol you want, dude. Nobody's ever had a Tylenol intervention. I don't remember that intervention ever happening. Mark, Dre and I have to talk to you. You're really hitting that Tylenol hard, brother. It's maybe take a step back. We love you, Mark, and you should hang out with the Finkelstein kid. He's an ex-Boy Scout. He'll show you the way. That's from Up in Smoke, by the way. Hey, man, can you see like a back alley deal for extra strength Tylenol? I got extra strength Tylenol, man. I'll take you places you've never been before, pain free.
I don't want the extra strength. I got the arthritis stuff, the good stuff.
Oh, the good stuff. I got the good stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
Extra strength, man. You're passing out children's aspirin, man. I got the arthritis Tylenol, dude.
I don't feel any emotions. What are those?
I stopped caring about things a long time ago. What happened? I got addicted to arthritis strength Tylenol. I'm done.
I grew up on hose water.
And neglect. All right, Mark. So did you do anything over the weekend? Did you get a burger? Did you celebrate the fact that you work your ass off on a regular basis?
No. No. Didn't get anything, do anything.
All right.
Stay here at home and yell at the kids to do things and play Final Fantasy 14 for 99.9% of the time I've been home. So
there is, by the way, I know Nick DeMeo is someplace nodding, going, "Yes, Grasshopper. Yes, Grasshopper.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes. Everything is coming together as I have foreseen." Mark, thank you for your call. Happy Labor Day. Happy pain recovery. And Mark, we really have to talk long and hard about this arthritis strength Tylenol, dude. You have a problem, and it's a real man that admits he has a problem.
I think I need to knock down to the extra strength. Wean myself off a little bit.
Yeah, make smart choices, Mark. Just smart choices is all we're asking of you, brother. Be good. Get out of here.
All right. Have a great one there. Bye.
By the way, our good friend Marshall Platter was wearing a video at his birthday. He said a big somber at his birthday debauchery, and then he corrected it to a sombrero, by the way. Wearing a big somber. It's like going to your birthday party and being like, terrible, being Debbie Downer at your own B-Day. Joe J said, is Night Beat going to be on Live 365? Last week was a repeat on there.
We got that figured out.
Can we kind of talk about that? Because we didn't do anything wrong. There were some hiccups in this process. You've actually gotten on top of this for our friend Joe J.
Yes. With that, there's a few things with the format that we've worked out with that over time, and it's getting to understand how they operate. I usually would download that on Mondays and would be like, all right, well, that's going to go on that Monday. Didn't realize that we needed a 24-hour beforehand grace period. So now we're doing it to where we're doing it on the Friday before. Not sure what happened with the last one because we checked all the boxes, but we have it all ironed out, and we're going to have it live tonight.
Yeah, I mean, well, the original, the first broadcast of it. It's a recording, but it is the first broadcast of it, which is really cool. You guys recorded on Thursday, you downloaded on Friday. That gives them all the time in the world to get their stuff together.
Exactly, but it will be the most recent Night Beat. Can't wait for y'all to hear it. I had a quite good of a time doing it with Mr. Nemo.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like the one about the 60s you guys are going to be working on this week is going to be terrific, and then the one after that is going to be kind of focused on the 80s. I thought the Route 66 one was just terrific.
Chef's kiss.
It is such quality stuff, and a big thanks to Jeff Pierce for pretty much lighting a fire.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff Pierce, like, I want it. You know, we talked about this. I want it, get it done, and you guys lined it up, and Dave has worked his, took us off on it.
And I can't validate that enough, because seeing him get these things to me and ironing out each thing that he wants to happen, but then come in and just lock it in. And here and there we'll have to stop it. It's just because it's like, all right, well, hey, let's do this sound better, or I hit a button or something mess up. But that's the beautiful thing about it being recording. And Dave and I's chemistry on that thing is
great.
It's so well, but at the same time, we have such a good time doing it.
Oh, it's beautiful. Matter of fact, as you know, I've sat in for a number of them, and the only one I've ever left for was one where I actually had to go run errands. But I mean, I will sit there at that table and just listen. And just sit there across from him and just kind of listen and dig in. We have any more phone calls?
Not yet, but hey, listen, guys, I hate to say it, we're going to shut them down. So don't try to call now, because we're about to go into a break, and we're about to go into some more recordings.
Yeah, and don't forget, in the last half hour, our good friend Lindsay LaRue is going to be maybe stopping in if you want to give us a call then. And that's going to be up to where they are on the road, what kind of reception she has. They're coming back in from Georgia, did a Labor Day thing. What do you miss her for, man? She's like not like taking today off. Today's not her day.
I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm not gonna be here after Wednesday.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You're hitting the road, pal.
Yeah.
We got to work that out too for Friday. We got to get that worked out. We got to get that thing worked out.
Oh yeah, no, everything's into place. Everything's gonna work okay.
We're good to go.
Yeah. Oh, she's good. She's good. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about Friday.
What's Friday? Are you talking
well,
about?
She's been invited to go talk to the city of Morgan.
Oh,
City.
that. No, we still got to work that out.
We got to
totally
work
forgot
that out, by the way. No, I have complete faith in her to do the job. You know, I have no issue with that. That you're going to be out of town, and Madison has been given an invitation to go speak to Morgan City by the mayor. So we got to work that out.
I was thinking about her doing night beat, and I was like, she's got that.
She got
that.
She got it. Got it, absolutely. Go Tigers, by the way. The LSU Fighting Tigers defeated the Clemson Fighting Tigers 17-10. Outscored them 14-0 in the good old second half. Notre Dame outscored the folks at Miami 17-6 in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't enough. That 17 only got them tied up, and then Florida State kicked those 2 field goals. As a matter of fact, you could make an argument that the interception that C.J. Carr threw in that game was the deciding factor, because it gave Miami the field goal that it needed to not tie, but to in fact win the whole thing. And LSU, of course, could have won that game 24-10. Let me tell you something, though. To go into the 4th-ranked team in the country's very angry and very fired up crowd, and to come away with a win was a big deal there. Lots of football coming, lots of trucking coming, lots of stuff to talk about. I got a lot of news in the last half hour we'll dig into as well, unless you give us a call. Who's coming up next, Ray? Who do you got coming up?
Oh, we got our friend, your friend, everybody's friend, the legend himself, Dan Ronan. I think it's going to be sliding
That's a pretty fun segment, by the way. Dan really kind of cuts loose. It's Ronan Unsheathed. Ronan Unchained. Ronan. My dad used to always say, rather than Hercules Unchained, he would be like, Hercules Unchafed. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? He goes, doesn't wear undies, therefore there's no chafing. Okay, we'll take a quick break here. Hit the music, Dre. We'll be back on the other side. Marshall says it was a pretty wild party. If you want to avoid a wild time on the side of the road, go to truckdown.com. We'll be back after these messages with more of Nemo Nation. Dan Ronan is the replay we're playing next. Hold on tight.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
It's me, Madison with a T.
Oh, I like that.
The video game spot inspired me.
I was gonna say. I said that you've been listening to Jane Jezraoui. Dave and I play a couple of video games. Well done. Oh, Dan Ronan, oh, won't you cry for me? 'Cause he come to Nemo Nation with a story for just you. Hey, Dan. Good morning. How you doing, man?
Hi, Dan. I can't beat that. That's just too much fun.
Oh, my goodness.
How you doing, brother?
I'm sitting here just watching the President of the United States institute putting the National Guard in Washington, D.C. I got CNN on.
For it.
Says that crime rates are too high and there's too much violence and too much anarchy. And this comes despite his Justice Department numbers showing that violent crime in D.C. is down 25, 28% year over year. But I should point out there are some problems like any big city. There are problems with crime. There are problems with carjackings especially. There are some neighborhoods you don't go into because they're pretty risky neighborhoods, especially later in the day. But so he's putting the police force under federal control.
I heard a story about a fender bender, literally a fender bender in D.C. The police were on it. They were handling it. 24 federal agents rushed the scene, man. And, you know, it's like, wow.
I live here, and I've lived here on and off since 1983. And I go into some of these neighborhoods as a reporter and, you know, some of these communities. I feel as safe as I do in Milwaukee or, you know, any big city. I mean, New Orleans has got problems with crime.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, they've all got problems with crime to one degree or another. And, you know, but I should point out the D.C. police force is understaffed. I heard a statistic this morning that the city needs about 800 more cops. And post-COVID, they had an aging force with a lot of police officers in their late 50s and early 60s, and a lot of officers retired during COVID, and they're having difficulty getting more officers, young men and women, onto the police force. And even though they're throwing big bonuses at them, they're having challenges getting police officers hired into the pipeline. I had a friend of mine who retired from the D.C. police force a little while ago, several years ago, but he had come to the end of his career. He had done 28 years on the force, and it was just time to retire. He was like, you know, I like the job, but I've been driving in a police car for 28 years and 16 of them on the overnight shift. It's just time to do something else.
You know, it opens up a larger conversation, too, Dan. This is the absolute – you talk about, you know, covering crime in a major metropolitan area. I know you've done that as well, too. You know, I used to be an editor at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate. And there was one time that I was covering a theater show in a, you know, I mean, you know how it is. I mean, often that, you know, people looking to produce plays often don't have a lot of money, so they'll go find a space in one of those gentrifying but still kind of sketchy neighborhoods. And I went to cover a show, and I was outside of the show, and my phone rang, and it was one of the editors at large saying, "Hey, man, we're short-staffed, and we just got a report over the police, you know, over the police band. There's been a shooting. You know, there's been a shooting. Can you head over there and see what you can kind of dig up and just give us a what's going on the ground, and then call in the desk?" And, you know, I'm kind of wondering, it's a larger conversation. we're not just seeing shortages, although the fire departments and EMTs seem to be stabilizing, we're seeing shortages across the board in big cities in both how the news is covered there, but also the people providing services to the people who live in those cities. Has that been your experience?
Well, yeah, and we do. We have a real shortage of police officers, and police departments often poach other departments for men and women, offering them, if you've been with a smaller force or in a job that you've been in a police force maybe 5-7 years, and your pension and your benefits are transferable, especially in the D.C. area. A lot of police officers want to work for the federal government, either the Secret Service or the FBI or Post Office Police or one of the federal agencies. So they'll start with one agency. They'll do 5-7 years, get some experience. Now they know they're pretty seasoned officers, and then they'll go into the federal ranks. And that's also one of the problems that the local police forces, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, D.C., some of the others, have difficulty holding on to officers because the federal government is always looking for officers for those jobs, and those jobs probably pay a little better. They're federal employees where you can do 20 years and get your pension, pretty good pension with the federal government. So that's an issue as well. And yeah, you're right.
Well, it's across the board. Here in New Orleans, you have Orleans Parish, which is the city itself, and then you have Jefferson Parish, which is right next door. And there's a school started today in Jefferson Parish, and all they talked about was the teacher shortage. And I did a little research. Now, the information and technology industry, the information industry, IT, there's a shortage. They did a study of 1,200 American IT workers, and 72% of them said they're thinking about quitting within the next 12 months. It's called the Great Resignation,
Yeah, the grass is always greener on the other side. I mean,
Right.
no matter what we do, that's always the case in terms of our own situation. But yeah, there's a teacher shortage. There's a pretty severe shortage of highly qualified teachers, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that cops, EMTs, firefighters, until you get, vested and you get a couple of years under your belt, it's hard to, in a lot of these type of jobs, it's hard to make a living. I mean, it's hard to make a living in a lot of big cities on what we pay our public servants.
And the other problem is too, you kind of alluded to it, is that there is a plunder raid that is happening in the burbs, in the sense that these communities that actually have money are actually raiding both rural communities and urban communities for the highest quality of people, luring them out there. I mean, you have cases where people are getting signing bonuses. And as you said, one of the most attractive things they're doing with police forces these days is that, my father was an example of this when he retired from Texaco. They actually went all the way back to his time at the DA's office in the city of New Orleans and transferred his pension over into the DA's office, and in doing so, set him up for actually a genuine pension to get the full 20 in. And it's it's highly competitive, and those are some really great tactics to win over workers, but it's not addressing the real problem. And in some ways, shortages, which by the way, you can make an argument there is no shortage in terms of drivers, but there is a big diesel tech shortage. And there is a coming shortage in a whole lot of sectors. It's why the economy can both feel sluggish and yet underemployed at the same time. I don't know how we got here, Dan, but I'm excited to be here, by the way.
Look, here's a run of headlines for you. Healthcare heroes running on fumes. Educators battle burnout and weigh their options. Child care workers under strain. Law enforcement professionals under pressure. Critical industries need a critical eye on recruiting and retention. Recruiting and retention. I remember when that whole thing started in trucking. We went up to Nashville on one of those occasions early on and did a broadcast from the arena up in the tower, and recruiting, and retention. Now it's retention, recruiting. We just keep bouncing. We keep flipping that coin, because a lot of people say, well, they're more interested in hiring new people than they are taking care of the ones they got. And man, is that a mantra that goes back 50 years as far as I'm concerned, you know? I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
That is the case, isn't it? And and you hear about that, and you hear about HR folks saying, well, every time we've got to bring a new driver on, it's $10,000 or $12,000 to onboard them and train them and get them up to speed. I mean, you spend $10,000, $12,000 on every driver to onboard them. After a while, that becomes real money, Dave. That becomes real money, Jimmy.
Well, and I'm going to say this right now. And by the way, there's two things, because you guys have opened up my favorite pet peeve subject, bringing me to the issue of HR. At what point in this country are we going to say that we've had a monumental failure of HR in this country? That human resource departments across the board have had a monumental failure about their ability to keep people on board, about to actually do their jobs and pressure the people above them in regards to strategies to hold on to employees. That's number one. The second thing is the fact that, there's been a number of people I've talked to, Dan, over the last couple of weeks, and I'll say some surprising people that I've talked to, some of them off the record, some of them on, who say that, the big challenge coming up in the next 10 years in regards to the transportation industry, but this applies across the board, that until people start developing genuine in-house strategies for retention, for creating the kind of jobs that people want to stick around in, this is a problem with this massive turnover that is going to go on and on and on. And in truck driving, as in everything else, what we're going to see is a decline in service. That, that some people have 90% turnover rates. That cannot be good for consistency of delivery. That cannot be good in regards to putting your best foot forward with having ambassadors for your company behind the wheel of trucks. Is that until these companies do a really deep amount of soul searching, I'm looking at you, human resources departments, about how it is that people hold on to their employees, this kind of substandard services economy is going to continue. Do you guys have any sense of pushback on that from me, or do you guys have a sense of that maybe that might be the big challenge over the next decade, with the fact that we're graying as an industry and also the fact that we're not onboarding people properly? And then we've got worker shortages.
Jimmy, Dave, we won't talk about it, but I could tell you HR horror stories. And
we know.
In long, excruciating detail. The one company that I think about that does it well, and my late brother worked for them and saw a pipeline to a career, was UPS. And my UPS driver who drives the route in my neighborhood has been driving a truck, has been driving a brown cargo van in this area, delivery van in this area for 25 years. And, gets out of his truck, makes my deliveries, takes care of the stuff that he needs in my neighborhood. But he's been with them for 25 years. And again, that's a company that has set a standard. Now, they're unionized. They've got a very good contract that they just ratified a little more than a year and a half ago. But they have set up a system to keep their drivers. If you become a driver at UPS and you work your way up the ranks, you don't leave. You stay in that job for the rest of your career, and you make a heck of a good upper middle class living by the time you get 10 or 12 years into the program. You're making tremendous money with tremendous benefits, and they've got it figured out. Now, some things have changed with UPS in the last couple of years, like anything else, but it's still, they take good care of their employees.
Dan, I'm actually going to agree with you by way of example. So Claire and I and Dave's been out there, a very nice apartment complex that we live in out in California. And one of our neighbors was a young man that worked in the warehouse at UPS when we first got there, when we first kind of arrived on the scene. And we knew he and his wife well enough to tell them hello and to exchange a lot of nice pleasantries. We saw them at the pool. At one point, she came over and she said, "We would love if you guys would join us next week." And we said, "Well, what's going on?" They said, "He's out of the warehouse. He's got a route." And he had been there with them 10 plus years. And they had it felt like, Dan, it felt like the night. Remember the people would have employment parties through the 50s all the way through the 70s up to about 1980. You get a better job or you get a promotion and you actually had a party for it. And they had literally a party for friends and family at the little pool house they had that you could rent out. They rented it out in the evening for a big party, and it's because he had put in his time at UPS and got his route. And it was a big
Yeah.
deal. And they felt very connected to UPS, and his supervisor was there to congratulate him as well.
And that's the track my brother was on until he died many years ago, but he was on the track to become a driver and loved what he was doing and loved the company, loved the environment, and he was prepared to work there for 35, 40 years and get it done, make it work in the Chicago area.
Because he understood the importance of what he did too.
Yeah.
And it is important.
Exactly. And that has made that company very successful. Like I said, everything's changed. It's not, companies change. They go through different stages like anything else, but they have a basic respect and a basic admiration for their employees, because without their employees, the packages don't get delivered.
The other joke I've always heard is somebody said, why do the UPS drivers keep winning their strikes? It's because they can't, you can often paint a union with a very big brush, you know what I'm saying? The problem is that most people know their UPS driver just like you do. We know our UPS driver. Dave knows his.
Chris.
Chris, I mean, you tell him hello. You love seeing them. I mean, you see these men and these women who are in great shape, bounce out in their shorts and their brown shorts, walking the stuff that you really need up to you, telling you hello, making sure it gets put in the right place, trying to indemnify you against porch thefts and all that kind of stuff. And those people, when they go on strike or they have a work issue, you're not picking sides. You're rooting for Chris. You're rooting for your brother.
I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. I covered their strike in the 1990s when I was at CNN, and it was a hell of a strike. It was a hell of a strike, and I had probably not a UPS driver, but someone threw a brick at me as I was trying to interview one of the people on the picket line, and someone threw a brick that landed at my feet.
Yeah, I'm telling, and that's the thing. And those strikes, by the way, are the only strikes in recent memory. I mean, a couple of auto strikes that have really resembled that sort of contentiousness. But it's one of those
1930s.
weird. Yeah, I mean, and the thing about those strikes that are so interesting too is those are strikes where actually, usually when there's a strike, you get people in bar rooms across America complaining about how greedy unions are. That was a strike I remember people being like, they got to pay these guys because they knew them.
Yeah,
because they actually knew them, and that makes such a difference. Okay, Dan, totally in the weeds. Thank you for going there with us, by the way. What are you looking at? What's on your radar along with the federal troops walking through your city?
Well, I want to see like anything else. I mean, we're all kind of watching to see what happens Friday with Ukraine and Zelensky and Putin. I mean, from a national standpoint, trucking, we want to see where things go with these tariffs. I mean, there's a lot of evidence to show that the economy is starting to slow down. There's evidence that hiring is starting to slow. What are we in for the next 3, 4, 5 months for the economy? A lot of people shipped items from China, from Southeast Asia to get them here May, June, July ahead of the tariffs. The tariffs have now started for the most part. I want to see what the numbers look like over the next 2, 3 months, 4 months till the end of the year. We're already coming into the third quarter, into the fourth quarter here. I want to see where the economy goes, and if it slows down, is the Fed going to cut interest rates sometime in September to give the economy a little bit of a hit? We don't know, but the evidence shows that the economy is starting to slow, and there's some worries about stagflation, stagnant growth and high inflation. And I think that's going to be the story, one of the big stories the next 4, 5, 6 months and into next year.
The follow-up to that really quickly, and then Dave has something for you, is I asked this of Dean as well, and I ask it because I want to make sure that, I have a very, very negative outlook, which I'm hoping doesn't come true. Do you see any green shoots? I keep asking everybody for this, not as a way of take a Pollyanna stance, but is there anything that maybe breaks us out, that gets the economy out of its sluggishness? Not so much, we're not in recession, but anything that can prevent that from happening. Do you see anything?
Well, interest rates, if the Fed cuts interest rates a quarter point, they're not going to go a half point, but if they cut interest rates, it'll help the housing market. Mortgage rates are at 6.5%. We got to get the housing market going. But then again, here's one of the problems, guys, is that people in my age who own houses, who got mortgage rates 7, 8, 9 years ago at 2 and 3%, I'm not giving up that mortgage. I'm not going to move unless I really have to, if I'm in that position, because I got a mortgage rate that's 2-3%, and I'm building equity on my property. Speaking collectively, people in my age group, we're building equity on our homes. So the housing market is flat. It's about ready to bring the defibrillator out, to be honest with you. You talk with realtors, and they say the housing market is in real trouble. That means new home construction is in trouble. That means the trucking industry is not taking lumber and insulation and HVAC units and copper wiring to housing sites. That's a big part of trucking. That's an area where we've got to get something going, and we've got to get the housing market back on its feet, because the higher interest rates and the lack of availability quantity of houses to sell is really damaging the economy and causing a lot of turmoil.
And by the way, really quickly, Dave, I'll tell you this. You know what they don't build in the winter? Houses.
That's right.
I mean, that's the other thing,
not
too.
Not in Chicago, not in Minnesota.
Yeah, the clock is beginning to tick on a whole lot of northern construction sites. If it doesn't get going now, we're going to have to wait until second quarter of next year before we see any uptick in that. That is a big and ongoing concern. Like I said, if things don't get moving soon in the housing market, it's going to go into hibernation, not just metaphorically, literally, and that's a big thing.
And we also, and because of the immigration rules, there are a lot of people who work in construction who have decided to go back to their home countries, or they're laying low. And let's be honest here. A good portion of the construction industry is made up of roofers, of contractors, subcontractors who are Hispanic, and they do a wonderful job. But many of them, because of concerns over immigration and the like, they're either laying low or they've gone back to their home countries.
Circling back to trucking, housing. I mean, there's what is the core element? What is the root cause for a downturn in trucking? Housing is probably the one thing.
Number one.
Because first go the flatbedders, then go the dry boxers. First goes the lumber, and then goes the refrigerators. All of that. So we're going to have that domino roll start to fall now again and again, and it happens cyclically anyway.
But this isn't cyclical, because this is right now should have been the biggest upturn for.
Yes.
If there was going to be any boost to the housing market, it should have happened from April to about now, and we haven't seen that, and the window for it is closing. All right, before we actually end on dark times and brooding stuff,
you're talking about Jen Powell.
Can we actually take a pivot here really quickly, because you're such a baseball fan with me, and we haven't got a chance to check in on this. As the season begins to hit what I call its fever pitch place, what are you looking at baseball-wise? What's caught your attention in the sporting arena?
Dodgers look good. I mean, they had a big series against Toronto, the best team in the American League. The Dodgers look pretty good this weekend. National League Central, I'm a Cubs fan, grew up by Wrigley Field. I still think the Cubs have got a chance to win the division. They'll win they'll get in the wild card. The East is going to be a horse race. Philadelphia, New York. The Mets, a little tricky. American League, I mean, who's going to win the Central and the American League? We'll see. And then there's the Jen Powell story. I mean, I watched all three games over the weekend that she was involved in at Atlanta. I thought she did a magnificent job handling the pressure, handling that situation, calling a pretty good game yesterday in Atlanta with balls and strikes. It's a great moment. I mean, as one who went through that program that she went through, I know how hard it is to get there. I know how difficult it is to get on a major league or a minor league field as an umpire. And she pulled it off, and she did it with grace and with a great deal of class. So I was real happy for her, and I think she's going to be just fine. She'll probably get some more games before the end of the year, and then next year we'll see her up. And then it's going to depend on the number of retirements, because here's something to think about. A lot of those umpires who came up in 1999, and there were a bunch of them because of the famous labor dispute in 1999. That's 26 years ago. Those guys are coming to the end of their careers, so there are probably in the next 3, 4, 5, there's probably 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 8 umpires who are hitting late 50s, early 60s. They got 25 years in the game, and they're vested in their pension plan, and they're probably going to retire. So there's a lot of AAA guys and ladies who are waiting for those guys to retire. Heck, you got a guy who's umpiring now, Phil Cuzzy, who's a friend of mine. Phil, in 11 days, is going to be 70 years old. And Phil's got to be thinking at some point, I'm the oldest umpire who ever worked in the game. It's time to go home. It's time to retire. You got to think at some time Phil's going to retire. Good umpire, but at some point, the legs, the knees give out.
Yeah, and by the way, people don't realize, I don't think people realize that having actually play catcher when you're 15 years old and see how you feel afterwards. Now imagine being 70 and doing the same thing. By the way, she looks like an umpire. I mean, she does. I mean, she looks like an umpire. And I don't just mean in regards to her visage. I mean, the way she handled herself, was just kind of terrific. I mean, really no nonsense, really kind of just, that's it. Going to move on. There was no, like I said, and I don't mean that from a female standpoint, because there have been a couple of guys, Dan, come into the bigs, and they don't handle their first moment there very well, do they? Some of them.
You have to have a confidence and a certain quiet confidence when you go on the field, even if it's a 10-year-old game, to know that you have to be the person who can control the players, the environment, the dugouts, the parents, the fans. You have to have that confidence of being able to do it. And I think of people like the great Bruce Spremming or Harry Wendelstadt or Joe Brinkman, Doug Harvey, of course. They went about it, some of them a little more vocally than others, but you have to have the ability to be the lion tamer. And some people, Harvey went about it very quietly and elegantly, and don't mess with me. That's it. Some, as I said, could be a little more vocal, but she handled it with a great deal of quiet confidence. You have to look like you belong there. And Jen Powell looked like she belonged there.
Did.
From the moment she walked out of the dugout, I said, she's got it. She passes the test in that regard.
By the way, her quote, she says, "I feel like a fully charged battery ready to go."
I like that very much. By the way, and given the fact that she actually
did a nice job.
Yeah, she did, didn't she? Just a nice job. Dan, the other thing is Connie Ryan, who was, was the first manager of the Colt 45s and was my grandfather's best man at his wedding, longtime friend of my family. He often said that a good umpire is like a yard master in a train station, in a train yard, is the best way to kind of think of them. You've got to basically make sure that everything runs smoothly, efficiently, and you've always got to be in control and not afraid of all those big trains. Dan Ronan, you're a yard master. It's great to have you back, my friend.
Yeah, man.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Thank you, Dan.
Guys.
Dan, where can
we've been all over the board? We've been all over the board today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And by the way, that's the job here at Nemo Nation in the last hour, where we do a little bit of a post trip, as it were. Dan, anything you got cooking you want to tell people to go find you at?
WTOP in Washington D.C. on NPR, and I'm actually writing. Real quickly, I'm writing a story for a magazine out of Wisconsin about Adrian Hill, NFL referee. I'm going to finish it this afternoon. NFL referee and bona fide rocket scientist. He has designed the software for 7 unmanned rocket missions to the deepest of outer space, and he's an NFL referee.
You're just a cool dude, Dan. You realize that. When you get to tell stories about cool dudes on a regular basis, it makes you a cool dude as well. Thank you, Dan.
Bye, guys.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Samp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We sure are, and just for a little second there, Jimmy, just to hang out.
Just a moment, guys, by the way. By the way, here's the deal. You have 20 seconds. If you want to call, you got about 20 seconds to call us, and then about a minute and a half to kind of vent your spleen. But that's it. After that, we shut the phone lines down because Michelle and Larry Malsky is the next replay we're doing. Michelle is basically the founder and president of Spring. What they look at is succession in the rail industry. And by the way, she is proving her point by bringing her dad in, who has his own bona fides in rail yards and in the railroad industry. They'll be talking. It was a really fun interview. We thought we'd bring them back on just for a little bit of chance. Michelle was an earlier contributor to the show and then asked if she could come back and bring the man who actually gave her the plan, her dad. It's a really informative conversation and pretty darn wonderful. I want to kind of keep you guys hip to what's going on out there in the wild and wonderful world of trucking. Truck crash study may finally reap some usable data. It was previously unusable. Jamie Jones, our good friend at landline.media. I'll give you the beginnings, right? One would assume that determining the cause of truck crashes wouldn't be that hard. In the age of the internet and fast-paced data transmission, it would be easy to naively think there's a database out there. That would be wrong. At best, we have a handful of studies conducted by stakeholders that determine truckers are not at fault in 75 to 80% of crashes. That stat, by the way, this is Jamie's words, not mine, is often misquoted, with people saying passenger vehicles cause the 75 to 80%. Truck crashes are not just caused by collisions with passenger vehicles. You have weather events, or acts of God, as insurance companies like to call them, poorly designed infrastructure, animal strikes. You're starting to get the picture. So that complicates things from the drop. Then you have state, county, and local law enforcement all handling crash investigations. Each department may have different protocols and forms for documenting crashes. Factor in the Internet of Things, and codes for each type of crash could vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. That's the opening of her think piece. Its byline is dated August the 29th, late last week. Please check it out. Give it a read. It is well worth your time. If you like trucking radio and trucking talk and trucking media gossip, Transport Topics is having a little bit of fun with their friends over at Freightwaves. You know Dooner, don't you?
Oh, yeah, that's my man.
So, yeah, you know Dooner. Dooner is in the thick of it. Former What the Truck host sues Freightwaves parents. Timothy Dooner seeks damages, property return, and bonus payments. Fire Crown calls claims completely false. And by the way, it's a double blast because Transport Topics towards the end goes, yeah, they're our competitor. Oh, and by the way, the guy that wrote this piece, Joe, he used to work for them. Here's the pitch. The former host of What the Truck podcast has filed a lawsuit against Freightwaves' parent company, Fire Crown Media, claiming the firm abruptly terminated its employment, withheld promised bonuses, attempted to enforce a disputed non-compete agreement, and destroyed thousands of dollars worth of his personal property.
Man, what is that about?
Yeah, here's the other thing, too. Maybe maybe Dooner is just not that bright, but I've met him before, and I can't see him signing a non-compete clause that forces you not to compete when you've been terminated.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
I can't see him signing that. I can't see him signing that agreement. The complaint, by the way, Dre, was filed August the 26th in Hamilton County Circuit Court in Tennessee. The fact that it's in Tennessee also, you'll see why Dooner did it in a second, accuses Firecrown of breach of contract, conversion of property, and bad faith conduct surrounding Timothy Dooner's departure from What the Trucks podcast. Dooner is seeking declaratory damages, invalidating restrictive covenants. I mean, basically, that non-compete clause he's saying is utter nonsense. I could hire him.
Yeah?
I could.
Yeah?
I'm just saying, it's like they're basically saying I can't hire him. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, that he can't come any place that competes. Maybe it's more restrictive. I don't know. I haven't seen the language of it. But damages for unpaid compensation and recovery of personal items, he says, were wrongfully discarded. According to the lawsuit, Dooner and Firecrown CEO Craig Fuller met July 7th and agreed to a quote-unquote soft exit in which Dooner would remain through the end of July to help transition to a new host. The complaint states that Fuller told Dooner he would be free and clear of any obligations afterwards. The next by the way, I'm just going to say this really shortly. I don't know what Timothy did in regards to what happens next in this story. You should check it out. Don't ever go to any meetings ever without your attorney. Anybody says, what's the attorney thing? What's going on here? I thought we were friends. We are. That's why we have attorneys. All right.
Yeah, I'm curious how that's going to play out because I worked with him for about 7 months on the weekend show with Freight Raise whenever they were on the previous platform. I'm curious how that's going to play out because he, in my opinion, I love working with him. And
he cares about a lot of the men and women who drive trucks for a living. Like I said, that's one of the things. It's one of my great things. Are you guys a means to an end, or do people really like you? And he really likes you. We got to do some music here. Come back, do Michelle Malsky and Larry Malsky as Nemo Nation continues. Dre, hit it for me, would you? By the way, the other topic we talked about is succession. We've been talking about that all morning long, the idea about how we go about setting up for the next generation, idea of creating the next population, the idea that we can either fall prey to founder syndrome, and have a graveyard full of indispensable men, or we can get about the business of actually figuring out who's next and how do we set up who's next. Could not have asked for two better guests. Michelle and Larry Malsky join us this morning. You guys know Michelle, by the way. I'm going to let her introduce Larry. Michelle, by the way, is the founder of Succession Planning for Railroads Investing in the Next Generation. Spring, LLC. It's Spring, SPRING. Succession Planning for Railroads Investing in the Next Generation. Michelle, good morning, and thanks for bringing a guest. How you been?
Hey, good to have us back here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're looking forward to it.
And you've brought along, tell us who you've brought along, by the way. He shares the same last name as you, so maybe you should do the honors on this one.
Absolutely. It's my privilege and honor to introduce the community to my first mentor and my father here, Larry Malsky. Dad, you want to say hi?
Hello, everybody. Good to be on.
Hey, Larry, welcome to Nemo Nation. Always great to make a new friend. But I think you're guest like number 317 now. We've had about 300 individual different guests here, and we're really thrilled to have you both on board. Michelle, just for the sake of clarity for our friends out there, many of whom join us, they're on the road. They move in, they move out of the show. Tell us about Spring a little bit. Kind of set that up for Chris, who's joining us here in studio as well, and for all the listeners out there. Explain Spring, and then tell us how that springs in many ways from the mentoring that your father did for you.
Absolutely. And I think that's where the story really starts is, I got my first inspiration of joining the railroad industry from my mentor, who is right here next to me. And I really wanted to emulate that for the next generation. And when you don't really hear about the rail industry every day, it's kind of the old brotherhood. You can't really get into the industry unless you knew somebody, but that's not the case anymore. And that's one of those stigmas I really wanted to break. And so what I wanted to do with Spring is two functions. One, focus on the recruiting side, bring railroading and its attractability back to the next generation, make people aware that we're relevant, we're here, we're sexy, we're right in your backyards and you don't even know it. So there's a little bit of a re-education that needs to be done there. And on the other side, we do a little bit of the retention side. So helping companies really keep the folks that they have by whether it's apprenticeships, training programs, internships, those kind of ideas. So my inspiration came from the guy that's right next to me right here, for better or worse. I don't know whether to thank him or to blame him. But, his story is actually pretty interesting. And I'm going to kind of let him take the mic here for a second just to say how he got into the industry and then how that really kind of showed me how I wanted to get into the industry. So, Dad, I'm going to let you take the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of interesting angles involved in actually both of our careers and obviously both of our lives. I grew up in northeast Pennsylvania, a little town called Dixon City near Scranton, Pennsylvania. And ironically, I did not come from a railroad family, which really was the old tradition. The old tradition was, your great-great-grandfather, your grandfather, your father, and then you joined the railroad industry. That was a succession planning of the turn of the century in the 1900s, right up not that far back. So I just got interested by a fluke. I'd watch trains go through my hometown. I got interested. I felt that it was going to be a great industry to be in, and the rest kind of went on from there. I went to Penn State undergrad in transportation. I went to Temple Law School to get a corporate law degree, and a lot of people say, well, what did you do that for if you wanted to be a railroader? Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I had a father, and my father had some foresight that I didn't have at the time, because I graduated during the 70s and the early 80s, which was a very bleak, dark time for the railroad industry. In the Northeast especially, or actually the East, most of the railroads were going bankrupt. So my father foresaw that the railroads were probably going to be reorganized and put back together by bankruptcy judges, lawyers, and people of that ilk. So I came out and basically worked for the United States Railway Association in Washington, D.C. to help put Conrail together, which was the reorganization of all of those bankrupt railroads in the East. And quite frankly, a lot of people thought that might have been the death knell for the railroads in the East. But flash forward, I went on to work for the Delaware and Hudson, the Erie Lackawanna, the New York Susquehanna and Western, and to my present employer, which ironically found me back in my hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, Northeast PA, because, again, I moved away from that area and never thought I'd really come back.
Larry, do all
Yes.
railroads originate from Scranton? I always feel like everything in regards to railroads kind of constantly comes out of that particular area of the world. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it just seems like the locus for anybody wanting to come into the railroad business, if not through family, then through one of those small towns in Pennsylvania or moderate-sized towns in Pennsylvania. Sorry for interrupting you, by the way. I'm just fascinated.
No, that's okay. But, yeah, you just stole my punchline. But that's right. I was going to end my little tirade there with, yes, all railroads originated in Scranton, Pennsylvania. but actually, what's interesting is, now we have a very interesting structure in the railroad industry. As most of you know, and I won't go on too long, but just to bring us up to speed here, we have 6 large railroads, which are all highly profitable. But ironically, what most people don't realize, we have over 600 small railroads. They're called small or regional railroads or short lines. And that's what I'm president of now. We have a short line in good old Northeast PA running out of Scranton with former lines of the Erie Lackawanna and the Delaware and Hudson, 2 of which I worked for. And we're small, but, we service over 20 major industries, plastic industries, a flour mill, things of that nature, and we're profitable. So it's a good situation. And let me just say a word about Michelle. A lot of people threatened me that I forced her into the rail industry, and that is not the case. She, as she said, she picked up on a lot of what I was doing through my career. I couldn't be more proud of it. And, she's formed her own niche, a very important niche, and that is new hiring, getting people back into the railroad industry. Because, again, the story has not been told of what a vibrant industry, what a profitable industry, and quite honestly, to the new hires, what a good family-sustaining job it is, financially, benefit-wise, and everything else. So it's a very good place to be. We're a growing industry, and I think that's part of the message.
I want to dive bomb in here like a peregrine falcon, but I want to say when I was a young pup, and like my dad was just saying, there was a new grain elevator, a new flour mill that came online, and I remember having these opportunities as just a young pup, following my dad around like a little muskrat, following him around and asking and really being able to see what did it look like in an empty grain silo before it got filled. To hear my echo vibrate through those walls are just so inspiring. It was such a unique experience that I got, and having those experiences just like that, walking the tracks, identifying which ones needed to be replaced.
Listening to the scanner.
Listening to my dad's scanner at Thanksgiving dinner. It's not the squelch that you necessarily hear in a normal Thanksgiving family get together, but it was for us. And so having those unique opportunities as a young one was a really good morphing kind of experience for me. And again, those are the kind of things that I want to encourage companies to be able to emulate, but to also inspire that next generation in that way. I mean, we're calling you live today from Jasper, Canada, right? So we're up here in Alberta, and it's just such a cool trace back to our own history, because when we were young, what mode of transportation do you think we went on vacation? We took the train. We came up here, I think it's 25 years ago now, and seeing how things have really changed even over those 25 years is amazing. But to follow back to the history of the rail industry, of how in our history we kind of forget that the railroad was the big technology back then, and they built the towns. It's no coincidence that there are a lot of post offices down in the States that are right next to the Union stations, or even inside many of the Union stations. We built the backbone of many towns that we know today. And so to come back up all the way up here in Jasper, Alberta, which is a very interesting and fun song from John Denver, if you ever heard Cold Canadian Nights, right?
Cold Nights in Canada.
Cold Nights in Canada. So, it's always good to have a little parrot next to me to correct me when I'm wrong. But it's always a really cool experience to come back and really just see what history and how the railroad industry really built so many of these towns, and how we continue to grow from there.
Really quickly, and then I know Dave and Chris are going to have some stuff for you. I have a particular affection for the railroads. My great-grandfather was a yard master, and my great-uncle, by the way, went from being in the mailroom at Kansas City Southern and being a messenger boy to actually becoming vice president by the time he retired in 1972.
Wow.
So I have a great deal of affection for everybody in the railroads. This is, my dad says, we don't get through the Depression without the railroads. And, in many ways there is, despite the troubles and tribulations of the 70s and 80s, a certain kind of equilibrium and stability has been reached. But the problem is that since railroads seem to hearken back to an earlier time, the public awareness of the opportunities, particularly where we're headed in regards to the movement of large freight, isn't where it should be. I mean, and one of the other things you're doing is not just planning for succession, but you're trying to raise the profile, right, Michelle? You want to make sure that people understand this isn't just something that's cool. It is. It's not just something that has a couple of jobs. It's got more than a couple, but it's something that people aren't aware of its importance, that don't really understand, particularly in the wake of a couple of mergers that have happened in the last few years, one very recently, right?
And I think you're absolutely right that there is a branding issue in our industry right now. And I have created a new nonprofit called HERE, Hands-On Education from Railroad Employers. And it's really aimed at focusing on fixing that problem itself. Nobody knows we exist, so why would we expect anybody to apply to our jobs? And so it is really about rebranding and showing off this renaissance that we are experiencing in our industry. The technology, the new opportunities. I mean, not everybody is a conductor and engineer. You can go into marketing, you can go into finance. There's so many different channels for you to explore. And I think the core of it all is something that my dad inspired in me, is that you have to be curious. You have to ask the right questions. And if you are a curious person, the rail industry is the right place for you. Because if you say, well, how is track laid? Why is there rocks underneath the wooden ties? What is that called? That's ballast, right? Well, how do we detect if there's a mudslide coming? Well, there's detectors out there. Learn about that technology. There's so many different aspects for people to get involved in our industry. Yet, again, like you said, that just there's not too much awareness about it. And that's really what we're aiming to fix and really excite that next generation to just understand, look, there's more to it than you think. You might have it right in your backyard, but the opportunities are endless, international, and just affect the world economy.
By the way, we have Chris Orban, who is actually here with us, the co-founder of Journey TMS, is actually an in-studio guest because we get to do that kind of stuff now. Michelle, he's got a question, comment for you guys.
Michelle and Larry, I was thinking about, you're talking about succession planning and, kind of the future and how you make your industry really appealing. And I've always said, very frequently, I'll be in a meeting, and I've been in the transportation space for about 20 years, and I'm the least experienced person in the room with that 20 years of experience. And I very selfishly had thought about that as being a good thing. Like, I get to learn from all these people who have so much experience, and I get to find out really cool stuff that they've done in the past and how we can do really cool stuff in the future. What do you think about that, though? I wonder now, as you're talking about it, shouldn't we have some people who've been in the industry for a year or two, or who are just starting out?
Yeah, and I think we've got a saying in our industry that you learn something new every day. And you're going to hear that from an intern to somebody that's been here for 40 years. And that is so true. And again, kind of going back to the play of you have to be curious to be in this industry. And I think that really plays well for those that are constantly wanting to learn. And I'll pass over to Dad to say a little bit more about what you think about succession planning.
Yeah, it's very important. I think Michelle has a part of her mission, this need to educate, re-educate, and especially pointed toward the younger generation. And, just a quick side story. One way to do it is to tell the story of what is happening. I did, of course, we took the train coming out here, and we saw a double-stack container train after container train going east. Well, with the boxes being the containers that, of course, are then taken off the train and moved to the consumer. Well, we need to educate people what's in those boxes. It's not air. It's your computer. It's your laptop. It's your phone. It's your TV at home. It's everything we use day to day. That's what's in those boxes, and that's the fastest growing segment of our industry, and it's only going to get even better. And that's part of why the industry is still so highly profitable. It's been able to reinvent itself.
I want to add there, too, in our industry, it's rarer and rarer for you to find people that have that true second generation, third generation, fourth generation link. Now, there are many that still do that, and that's how they learn of the industry. But oftentimes when you talk to somebody that maybe just was hired, maybe, they're a year in, whatever that case may be, it's because, man, I fell into it, or, man, I just happened to see this big Class 1 name at a career fair. And those are the opportunities, I think, that, and my advice to a lot of employers, whether you're a contractor, supplier, or short line, anybody in the rail industry, is that we have to make ourselves more relevant by being more present. And I think that's a very true argument, that could sustain the last time.
That's a great line, by the way. I love that, to make ourselves more relevant by being more present. I don't know if you came up with that, but even if you didn't, you're a terrific thief. And if you came up with it, you're fantastic. Either way, I love you. Well done. Well said. Dave's got a question for you real quick.
So, Larry, this is Dave. I'm a little bit older than most of y'all. So when I was in the 1950s, we used to take the train from Mississippi to Illinois every summer to spend the summer up in my hometown. So I loved riding on trains. Haven't done it in a long time. But speaking of what's in those boxes, well, that's your TV, that's your stereo. Well, literally, my stereo was on a boxcar in the mid-'60s when Hurricane Betsy hit New Orleans, and we had just moved to New Orleans, and I was a real music stereo crazy guy, so I have a summer job on the barges out on the Mississippi River, and I didn't go up the river. I stayed at the fleet. I was a fleet man, made and broke tow. So I spent my whole summer, or the whole year, looking at the Allied and the Lafayette electronics catalogs, comparing stereo amplifiers and turntables and speakers. Hurricane Betsy hits and my stereo comes to town. I went down to the railroad yard and they took it off. Literally, I got my stereo right out of the boxcar at the train depot. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there it is.
That's the way it was done. Like I said, now it's done seamlessly from the ship to the rail to the truck to the warehouse and to your home.
Yeah.
I think that's an amazing comment you just made there about the way our supply chain works, which is, we have that really cool phrase, good stuff, trucks bring it, and that kind of stuff. But trucks are that maybe that last leg some of the time. There's so much infrastructure, so much work that goes on to get those goods to the trucks and then final delivery and everything like that. I think it's really interesting. I love the way you just said that kind of quick description of the supply chain there.
Let me ask you both a question, by the way, and it actually it's based off of what Chris just said as well too. I love riding the train, and we love riding the train so much because trains were a big part of my family growing up that we would often take the train rather than catch an airline flight. That was a big thing for me coming home from college. It was a big thing for us going to visit relatives. I always found that when I rode a train, I would also be able to see behind the scenes the way the country actually operated. It's almost like taking the back off of a television set. Is that a good way for people to get a perspective by actually taking a passenger train? They're actually able to see how the country actually functions. It's like wiring system. It's hardware. I mean, is that an experience that you would encourage people to take? I mean, I know I'm far afield here, but to get a real sense of how the country works, riding a train often gives you the best insight, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Riding the train and riding Amtrak, of course, in the U.S., is like taking getting a very detailed seminar on the economy, industrial development, and what's going on with the different states, different cities, different regions. The things you learn, the things you glean by just looking out the window while you're having dinner on let's say, an Amtrak long-distance train is amazing. It's also an excellent way to see how the economy is doing because you can tell what's being shipped. You could tell what's being built along the right-of-way and the railroads. If you just take a little time to educate yourself, it's truly a good example of how to learn how our economy is doing, affecting all sections of the economy.
And let's be honest, it's just a land yacht, okay? Let's start referring to Amtrak what it should be, or the Rocky Mountaineer, or any of the passenger services that we have here in the U.S. I mean, it's one of the greatest ways to see our country. You go right from downtown to middle of the prairie, up through the mountains. You're seeing wildlife. You're seeing different cultures. You're able to get off and really see different parts of the world that maybe you've never considered before. And the train really, and like it did in the past, just connects all those viewpoints together.
Well, you know, your competition always speaks the truth. Speaking of hurricanes, Hurricane Katrina caused the closure of the Amtrak passenger train service from New Orleans to Mobile, but it's back. And,
right.
And Greyhound.com, their website, skip the train from New Orleans to Mobile and take the Greyhound bus.
Yeah, they're very deeply concerned. They're very, very deeply concerned. Larry, Michelle, we're going to have you guys back on, by the way. Larry, you're still president of Pennsylvania Northeast Regional Railroad Authority, correct, sir?
I am.
Fantastic. And we all know Michelle by now. She has actually been on before, and we are thrilled to have her back on again. Michelle, give them the details about where they can go to find out more about you.
Absolutely. You can check out our LinkedIn. I'll always be there to follow you back. And you can check out our website at www.springrecruits.com or railroadsarehere.org. Those are the two spots you can find both Spring and Here, our new nonprofit.
By the way, this always happens when we have good friends on and great conversation. We didn't cover almost anything that we wanted to cover, but we don't care. We'll have you both back on again, okay? Promise me you'll both be back, okay?
We will.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Mics are hot and so are the pastries. This is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack, Lindsay, and Peter's here.
Aww,
Everybody,
that's so sweet.
everybody, and Savory. Everybody look busy, by the way. Peter Stark Author is the place you want to go. If you head over there, you'll find out what his bio is, what his background is, the books he's written, the articles he's generated, the events he'll be attending, the media where you can find him at. Gallop Towards the Sun, Tecumseh and William Henry Harrison's struggle for the destiny of a nation, which was released over in 2023. Matter of fact, Lindsay, when Peter and I last talked, this action adventurer, who you can find at Peter Stark Author, actually is in the same place that Megan was. He's turned in that book copy. He's done. He doesn't know what to do with himself. Well, I had big plans. Lindsay, why don't you introduce him, though?
Well, here's the thing, Peter. You've done really smart, important, bold, brave things in the world, and that's cool and all, but we have dumbed you down this morning to a sweet pastry. No, not dumbed down. Cozied you down.
No,
Cozied you down.
I like it.
And I went into the last break saying maybe he's both sweet and savory, and I say that because you're unlike most traditional sweet desserts or savory meals, because you incorporate both, because you've got dough, you've got filling, you've got toppings, and you, my friend, create a very complex flavor profile. So welcome to the show.
I'll run with that. Do I come like? Am I warm when I, is it a warm?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Hot taste,
100%.
like out of the oven, right?
100%.
I got it. I know what Peter is, because Dre said he goes great with a cup of coffee. I know what Peter is. He is a wood stove created apple pie with cheddar cheese. That's what he is.
Okay, that works.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
I
I was gonna say apple fennel, because we got a little sweet and savory, but apple that works too.
Oh, I love all those. Yeah, I'll take every one of them. Yeah, apple pie with cheddar.
Yeah.
I love that. Sometimes for breakfast I just have slices of apple with slices of cheddar on top, and that's all the breakfast you need for the next adventure.
You just
it's got everything you need.
And you embody just in general, Peter, and then we will we will get serious at some point. To me, you embody. I've been talking a lot with all the girls here, all the women who are so basic bees. Like, I can't wait till fall so I can just wear my leggings and my boots and have a pumpkin spice latte, guys. You embody that. You embody cozy fall cabin in the woods. That is the presence that is Peter Stark. And I mean that as the highest compliment. You're somebody I want to equal parts, share a cup of coffee with, learn with. And if I'm about to get eaten by a bear, damn it, I hope you're there next to me also.
Okay, well, I want to lead you a place today where you might get eaten by a bear. But
awesome.
I will be there with the apple pie and the cheddar cheese, and that will distract the bear from you.
Perfect.
The bear will want to eat the apple pie and the cheddar cheese and not go after you.
Okay, so
we'll go somewhere in the wilderness.
You'll be the reason the bear came because you're the one who brought the food, and then you'll also be the reason the bear gets
yeah
that you've saved.
That's the way that adventures work. You go when you go exploring and you've got a leader. The leader is the person who gets you into the dicey situation. And then the leader is supposed to get you out of the dicey situation. And that's the formula that you hope works. And sometimes it doesn't work. And then it's a really bad formula.
It's like my Spanish, enough to get us into trouble, but also enough to get us out. Peter, is this the dumbest conversation you've been a part of? I hope so.
Well, the reason I'm all jacked up here is because I'm on your new website this morning, and one I forgot that I was coming in a half an hour later, and so I had a half an hour, and I'm sitting here, and I said, oh yeah, well I want to go to the DaveNemo.com website and check it out, and then it's like, wow, that's so cool. You can just click this, and it's live stream radio. And so then I hear you guys, Lindsay and Jimmy and your guests, and it's like, I feel like I'm on the sidelines of the NFL football game warming up to go in for the big time. So it gets me all ready to jump in. So now I got a lot of thoughts about our topic of discussion today, which I think will fit in with what you were just talking about.
Awesome.
Really quickly, by the way, and I love this. If you want to find out more about Peter, along with Peter Stark, author, I love this. On Instagram, he's Peter Stark, Adventure Historian. On Facebook, it's just Peter W. Stark. But on the X, which was formerly known as Twitter, he's Stark Adventurer. I just love that, by the way. Sometimes when you're adventuring, Peter, let's get to the topic. When you're adventuring and all you have is the stars to guide you and your wits and sometimes a really good compass. The question we're really kind of talking about today is, does the modern traveler need a good compass? Can we still do that, right? I mean, that's what we're kind of getting at here.
Well, yeah, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. You were just talking about, was it Tara who said, you don't have to move mountains, but just keep moving. And that kind of fits into where this is going. So over this last month, I've spent 2 weeks every day, every night on a sailboat and sailing in Puget Sound, from the southern part of the Puget Sound through all the islands and channels and all the way up to Vancouver Island into Canada. We had to cross into Canada. You have to go through customs on an island outpost, and we have some friends up there who have a really nice place on a separate island. So that was our destination, and this winding through all these inlets and and islands and channels, there are so many currents and tides and winds. You have to pay attention to all of them, or you don't go anywhere, or you get into trouble. And I was using, at the recommendation of a sailing friend, this great app called Navionics. I think drivers might be interested in checking it out, even though it mostly is on water. It might work somewhat on land, but it's so cool. You put your finger on where you want to go, like this island way up there, and then its little computer brain tells you everything you need to know about wind, current, tides, your time of arrival, your course. So it'll give you your course so you don't run into shoals and rocks and areas where you're not supposed to go. And you just follow the little line on the map, on your little screen map. It's like driving down, the interstate, looking at Google Maps, but you're actually on the ocean, following this little line with your sailboat. And so I'm thinking, wow, this is like so cool and so easy. I started thinking like, well, how did they used to do it? The navigators, before there were apps and Google Maps. And, I'm way old enough to have grown up in that pre-Google Map era, so I do know something about it. But I really wondered what people today would do without Google Maps or without navigation apps. And I've noticed it's kind of distressing. I've noticed young people like my kids' generations, in the 20s and 30s, they often don't seem to know the difference between north, south, east, and west. I mean, they don't realize, like, at any given point, they could be standing somewhere and you ask them which way is north and they have no idea. Which is, I cannot live without knowing the cardinal directions at all moments. And so that made me wonder, in both this practical, physical means of direction finding on the face of this earth, what are the implications for not knowing the cardinal directions, just in terms of finding your way around the face of the earth? But then it also struck me that there's almost a metaphysical aspect of this. It's almost a spiritual implication of not knowing exactly where you're situated, both physically and metaphysically. And for me, knowing where you are and knowing the cardinal directions is instrumental to centering myself, both kind of physically and metaphysically and spiritually. So I'm throwing that out there for discussion.
Yeah. Wow. Jim or me? We're both like,
you go ahead.
No, well, that really lands for me, and I want to share a quick anecdote with you, Peter, of how what everything you just said really shifted for me this summer, as far as it pertains to being very closed off when you rely on Google Maps, being closed off to get lost and to experience. And I took my daughter this summer. We drove over to Pigeon Forge and met some friends at Gatlinburg and rented a cabin in the woods and did the Dollywood thing, water park. But Peter, on the way there, it was just my daughter and I. She's 6 years old. And I had the address of the cabin we were going to, of course, in my Google Maps. I'm just relying on it the whole time. And Peter, I've wanted desperately, I've never seen a bear in the wild. No, not like attacked by it, but I don't want to see that. But I've always wanted to, like, when I'm driving through the mountains, I've always wanted to see one walk by. I've desperately wanted that and never have. And so what happened as I was driving there, we got up into as I start like getting high in the mountains where we're going to this cabin, of course, I lost service on my phone. And I was so frustrated because I was like, crap, I'm never going to find the house now. So I had to drive all the way back down to the bottom of the mountain so that I could get service again. And Peter, once I did that, by the time I got down to the base of the mountain, I stopped to check my phone, my GPS, and a bear walked right in front of my car.
Oh, there you go.
Stopped in front of me, looked in the window us. I started screaming and crying. My daughter thought I'd lost it. I was like, this is the most beautiful moment of my life. I'm connected. I had a conversation. Speaking of spiritual, I'm like, that bear and I talked for 30 minutes. And I realized in that moment, I was like, wow, if I hadn't have lost service, I wouldn't have been forced down here to come have this moment. And it shifted things for me. I'm like, I've got to start relying on my own senses and nature and living and exploring. And it really shifted everything for me. So is that part of what you're getting at here, that not only
That's
just relying on ourselves?
Exactly. I mean, that is, you hit it right on the head. And what a cool moment that was, and such a revelation for you, as it is for me every time I'm get in those situations. That if you let go of this technology that ties you to the internet or a Google map or a navigation app or whatever, and if you look up from that little screen and you orient yourself by what you see and what you feel, what you smell even, and you can have so many rich experiences that you completely miss looking at the little screen.
Yeah.
I have a story as well. One of Claire and I's first dates is we went across the river in New Orleans over to this kind of long, lengthy, I want to call it wilderness area, but a long trail. And it was getting dark at night. And I remember that Claire started to panic as we went further out because in order to kind of complete the walk, we were reaching the point where either we'd have to go all the way around or going back would take us just as long. And Claire was concerned that we weren't going to find our way back. And I just said, it's going to be fine. I said, I have, as Tara can tell you too from an experience that Dave and I have, if I go someplace once, Peter, I know it. Meaning that even if it means backtracking, I will know how to get back. I don't get turned around. And something occurred to me when you brought this topic up is my bigger concern is not so much that people are using GPS or using, guidance systems and all that, is that people don't remember places they've been to before, if that makes any sense. Like, the idea that you drive someplace once, you have your triptych, you have your GPS, you go through it, you get there, you find it, and then you drive back home, end of the day. You get an opportunity to go back to that place, back to those campgrounds, back to that world, wherever you're going, and you still need the GPS. That we've gone from using it as a tool that kind of will jumpstart us in the right direction, that it's beginning to have an effect on our memory. Guys, if I'm not making sense with that, you can let me know.
No, Jimmy, I'm totally with you, Jimmy. And yeah, and I don't mean to disparage Google Maps or navigation devices. I use them all the time, and driving I use them all the time. I think it's just what you're saying is that how do you use them like to your advantage in a way that's not just being led, but in a way that you're learning as you're using them and to absorb the area you're going through. One of the things I do is I'll figure out where I'm going on a Google map driving, and then once I kind of have it in my head, I don't use it, unless I'm in some confusion. But try to keep looking around and try to absorb the place and absorb the landmarks, and that I do that for entertainment as well as navigation. But I think that's totally right. Is that it does have a effect on our geographic memory, and I think that geographic memory is something that is one of the most deep-rooted human instincts we have. And you see it if you have a dog. You can see it in the dog.
Oh yeah.
Every minute of every day, how imprinted the memory of a place is, and the terrain and whatnot. So yeah, I think we're losing that important aspect of human existence, geographic memory.
Geographic memory. I watched the movie Moana. I've seen about 3,075 times because of my daughter, and they're wayfarers and they're out on the sea, and they get to they discover new places or get back home by following the stars. And I watch that with so much intrigue and also get terrified because I'm like, wow, if I was in the middle of the ocean, I don't know how I would know and do and be able to learn anything. And I'm just so curious, Peter, because much as you've studied explorers who also have crossed oceans and continents with nothing but the stars and perhaps some math, like, what did they know? What is the first time that you can understand how they came to be? Like, how, if you don't know anything at all, how did one day somebody look up and understand how to figure that out? I'm not eloquently asking my question, but I know you know what I'm saying.
You did just fine.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's great you brought this up, because I was in preparation for this show. I looked up Polynesian navigation, and the Polynesians, the Pacific Islanders, were incredible navigators. And I know a little bit about it, but now I know a lot more of the details, having done a little studying up on it. And you ask, how do they know it? How do they know the first step? Well, think about maybe 10,000 generations of people navigators who came before them. And it's an accumulated knowledge over literally thousands and thousands of years, over countless generations. And that knowledge is passed down about how to use the stars. And I can tell you about that in a second, about how it kind of mechanically works, which was a surprise to me. But those Pacific Islanders, they could go in a canoe 2,000 miles without seeing land.
Wow.
And find the island they were aiming for. How did they do that? I mean, it's incredible. These incredible feats of navigation. And it wasn't like they were written down in a book, and they certainly didn't have GPS. But what they had is they had songs. And these songs would relate the sequence of stars over the course of the journey that they should be following. And so it was almost like they were given a star code in the form of a song, which is something you, Lindsay, could relate to. I think we need to write some of those star songs and navigate us through life with a star song.
Wow.
It would be cool. I'd go for that.
I bet you could write that with me. Have you ever written a song, Peter? Have you ever been part of writing a song?
I'd love to do that if you want to go take a whack at it.
That could be really cool.
That could be a star song, and so the way it works, just imagine yourself in the middle of a dark night on an ocean, and there's no land within thousands of miles in any direction, and you're a lone catamaran canoe. I mean, these were actually very sophisticated boats that they self-contained. They had food. They were actually growing food on the boats as they went along. So, but you're out in the middle. You're just like this speck in the middle of a dark ocean. And what the navigators would do, and there were certain very highly regarded individuals who were professional navigators, or that was their role, navigators, and they would watch stars come up over the horizon as the night went on, and constellations, and that those stars, I have to think of how the planet turns to make sure this makes sense, but those stars come up in the same place every night, in the same spot of the globe basically every night when the stars rise. And that's unlike the sun, which rises in different places depending on the season. The stars rise in the same place. So the navigators would have a sequence of stars they would watch through the night as these different stars came up, or these different constellations came up over the horizon. And then once, the constellation they were watching, whatever it was, got a little ways above the horizon, then they'd shift down to the next star constellation that was coming up that was in that spot. And so their guidance was, in a way, they could draw it out on a sand beach as a circle with all these different constellations around the circle. And that you had to memorize. That was the way that would lead you to an island 2,000 miles away, by following that sequence of stars every night.
That, by the way,
does that make sense?
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
And you know what, Jim? Kind of a big point here I need to point out. You can't spell Stark without star.
Oh, I gotta tell you,
just saying.
Okay, well, I never thought of it that way. but I don't know where I go with that. But that one
big places. Big places.
Do we? Well, let's write that star song. I'm eager to do it.
100%. We're doing that.
There's a star song waiting for a star. By the way, we got a phone call, do we not, Madison, with a T?
We sure do. Clifford is calling from Missouri.
Hey, Cliff. Welcome back, my friend.
Hey, guys. I didn't know if I could call back in again, but I had to say hello to Peter, and I wanted to touch on your navigation stuff.
Okay. Hi, Cliff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, buddy, it's great to talk to another Montanan.
Oh, good. That's great. Yeah. We navigate by the stars up here all the time, whether we need to or not.
Well, yeah, we do. I mean, of course, I learned navigation early on in Cub Scouts, but one of my favorite authors taught me how to navigate in the woods and in the forest, and that was Louis L'Amour. You know, Louis L'Amour wrote
interesting.
About watching your back trail and turning around and seeing things from a different perspective. Because when you turn around and look back the way you came, it gives you a whole new perspective on things. When I lived in Montana, that came in very, very handy. You know, going up in the mountains, hunting and fishing.
That Cliff, I have to say that's probably the single most important thing when you're, for me, when you're hiking in the woods. That you put your finger right on it. That's the single most important thing. Is if there's like you're on a trail and another trail comes in, or there's any question about the trail, you got to turn around exactly what you're saying. And I guess Louis L'Amour, I haven't read that. I haven't read much Louis L'Amour, but that makes total sense. This is how you keep track of where you are, by looking where you've been.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, and then when there's a break in the canopy, you know, knowing where the sun is at, or knowing what the stars look like in that break of the canopy, you know, because you just never know when something like that comes in handy to get you back where you started, you know.
Well, and that's why, you know, when I'm in the woods, I'm always, you know, I realized a few years ago that I'm hyper aware of where the sun is in the sky. So I'm always kind of oriented north, south, east, and west, because I know it's morning and the sun's, you know, rising. So, that way's east, you know, now it's noon, it's to the south. And if I can't see that, if it's like really cloudy and I don't know where I am, or if I'm in the woods and I can't see the sun, I lose my bearings pretty quickly. And, well, I think we all do, actually. If you've ever walked in a fog or driven a boat in a fog, which I have.
Oh man, it's the worst.
Even on the little lake where I grew up, driving a boat in the fog. You know, the lake's only a mile across and 2 miles long. I got totally lost on this little lake in the fog. I know every house, every inch of it. But if you don't have that orientation, as you say, when you go through a break in the canopy, when you can see the sky, when you can get a sense of where the sun or the stars are, sometimes you know, these are not new tricks. These are ancient tricks. But even the direction of the wind, if there's a steady wind and you know the direction of the wind, that's really helpful. Amy and I spent a summer in the far North Arctic with, you know, the Inuit who on dog sleds with these hunters. And one way they track where they are is they look at the snowdrifts, and the snowdrifts tend to run in parallel lines like sand ripples. And so they can track themselves by using those as orientation.
Peter,
that's pretty cool. Yeah, when you turn around and look at your back trail, a lot of times the rock croppings and things look different from a different angle, and it's nice to be able to do that. The one place that I really got thrown off for navigation was when I was on ship. I was on the USS Tuscaloosa, and we had to stay below deck most of the time because we went through a typhoon. But when we were allowed up on deck, during the day, it's like, oh my God, how do you know where you're at? It's a vast of nothing. But at night, I mean, at least you have the stars at night, you know. But during the day, it's like, wow.
You could be anywhere. Well, it's funny. I have that experience quite a lot. And, you know, any one of us can have it too. That Amy, who's a modern dancer and lived in New York a lot. So we visit New York, you know, Manhattan fairly often, and using the subway system there. You know, I go down in a subway, down the stairs, and I get on a train, and, you know, I'm going uptown or whatever from downtown. We have a little place to stay downtown. We're going uptown. And I get off the train, you know, 10 stops later or 5 stops later, and I surface on the street. And the first thing is like, which way am I pointing? I have no idea. They're just buildings all around me. And I know that city well, and I know that I came from the south, but I can't figure out where I am. And it's just, it's just like you're saying, coming up from below decks on the Tuscaloosa, that it's like coming up from below decks, and there's no point of reference unless you actually track your motion. And when you get off the subway car, you're going north, and then you track your motion through the station. You go around this corner and that corner and up the stairs and this elevator or escalator, and keep track of that. So when you finally surface, you know that you're still, you're heading north or you're heading east or whatever. But I'm convinced it's just one of the deepest human instincts, and it's getting kind of messed up, I think. And I just think it's really important to have it. But go ahead, Cliff.
Actually, we got to say goodbye to everybody, Peter. You maniac!
Oh.
We never have enough time. Look at the clock, dude.
This is a topic we need to revisit with Peter again.
Yeah, I think
for sure.
Okay, we'll go to the
continue
metaphysical aspects of directions.
Yeah. Oh my God! Please. Yes.
Clifford, big thank you to you. I've been saying this for a while, Lindsay.
You're right on.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Clifford. Lindsay, I've been saying this for a while. You have We Should Write. And by the way, you'd be welcome to drop in on this one anytime. Peter and I should do a podcast on a weekly basis. And anytime you just want to jump in and be a part of that crazy conversation, just got to find the time and the place. These could go on forever. Peter, thank you so much. Go to Peter Starker. Go to.
You can't spell Stark without Star.
Jimmy, don't worry.
I'm usually pretty good about this, Peter. My deepest apologies. PeterStarkAuthor.com and all other places where you can find him on that website. It'll point you the way. By the way, that's really good. The navigational system known as the internet will get you in touch with Peter. Thank you, Peter. We love you, man.
Yeah, we need that, right?
Yeah.
You're the best, Peter. Have the best weekend.
Really fun, Lindsay and Jimmy. Well, yeah, we'll continue this conversation. The metaphysical points of the cardinal directions, whatever.
Okay, that's next month. Can that be next month?
That's it. That's it. We got to go on.
We'll put it on the calendar.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
I'll let Dave take it away. Why don't you do that there, Dave?
Where should I take it? I don't know where to go or what to do when I get there. Hey, I'll tell you what, we're going to talk to a young woman right now who knows where to go and what to do when she gets there. She started the Wharton, over in Texas now, she started the Wharton County Recovery Team in 2016, and that was just in time to get ready for something that nobody was ready for, and nobody can believe it happened if you were there, Hurricane Harvey in 2017. Evelyn Carrier is with us. Evelyn, welcome to the Degas House here in Nemo Nation. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Like he said, I'm Evelyn Carrier. Nice to be here. How are you today?
Doing pretty good, as a matter of fact. We've had the most beautiful, I couldn't, we've been in the room here. I got here at about 5:30 this morning. We go on at 7. So I walked outside to meet you. And I couldn't believe how gorgeous it is outside here in New Orleans.
It is so nice today. And it's really peculiar for this time of year as well, which kind of worries me because, we're still in hurricane season.
Say it. Do not you say that.
but that's my forte is disaster recovery and hazard mitigation. And like you said, the Wharton County Recovery Team, the foundation that I had started, is on the basis of disaster recovery. Mm-hmm. So it's just something that I live with. It's just this baseline of preparedness that you have to have during this season, especially if you live in the South. And I know that it's becoming more prominent to be prepared and to make sure that everything that you have is in store. And we have the anniversary of Katrina coming up too. but it still makes me nervous whenever we have too good of weather before hurricane season ends, because I'm like, am I enjoying this too much? And I don't want to like enjoy good weather too much so that it doesn't get spoiled by a really bad hurricane.
We had Kathy Fulton on. She was with us last week from ALAN, the American Logistics Aid Network, and I know that you've taken a look at
I did. Her interview was really interesting.
Yeah.
She's like a really interesting, and I actually looked into that organization because having worked with like FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, and all of these like different entities over the years, I had actually never heard of that organization.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked into it, and it was something that I was thinking, if we would have had that logistics or been able to coordinate with them post Harvey, Texas had just never been through anything like that before. And I had started my organization in conjunction with FEMA. They had like approached me when I was a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like 24 at the time. I was what felt like a child myself.
You're the same age as Madison.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
great. Yeah, so when I was 24, when I was 24, they had approached, FEMA had come to me in 2016 after 400 people in my small community in Wharton, Texas was like impacted by this tax day flood is what we called it.
Mm-hmm.
And the community that was impacted the most was the Black community. It was what we called across the railroad tracks. And that community was impacted most because it was a part of redlining and all of those things that had happened back in the day. And so the community was just utterly devastated. But we couldn't get any kind of funding. I had set up this nonprofit, this 501c3, this recovery team, had no prior training on how to do anything, but I was a former grant writer. So they had ended up pulling me and saying, hey, we just need you to set this up. We're going to try and send resources your way. I spent a year writing grants. No one really cared. They were like, whatever, 400 people in a small rural community of like our entire county only has 42,000 people. The city that was impacted only had a population of 9,000. They didn't care about that. They were like, we don't care that this many people were impacted. Their houses were flooded. This is not like that big of a deal. So whenever they had ended up approaching me, the only grants that I received was a $33,000 grant for washers and dryers. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? I ended up getting, like, I wrote it, they delivered the washers and dryers, and this was from the American Red Cross.
Mm-hmm.
I had to store them. One, I had to work out the logistics. So I had to call a bunch of truck drivers and be like, will you come? And it's not like I know how to operate a forklift. I didn't have a team of people. I had to find someone who could operate a forklift, which happened to be the mayor of our city.
Of course.
He was like the mayor of the city that I lived in, owned a feed store. He also was a truck driver. He knew how to operate a forklift. He was like, I'll do this for you, Evelyn, and unload these washers and dryers at a church, because that was also one of the only resources. And then, unfortunately, the next year, Hurricane Harvey happened, and we got trapped in what we call a bowl.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you all are very familiar with this in New Orleans specifically. That same exact thing happened. They sent the Creole Navy to us. You know, they had sent a bunch of people to try and rescue us from outside of this bowl, but the National Guard tried to come in and bring food, but they didn't know how to get through the roads. And so I was saying, logistically, we had local truck drivers and truck drivers who had been coming to this neighborhood, specifically grocers that worked with HEB in their disaster recovery unit. And they ended up finding ways into our small community and bringing food to the American Red Cross shelter that we set up ourselves as community members. And one of the truck drivers ended up picking up, there was this kid on the side of the road that had rode his bike so much to where like the tires had fallen off of the bike, like the rubber.
Yeah.
And by the time he got to the shelter, because a truck driver had like picked him up off of the side of the road as he was like trying to walk his bike, because there was no other way into the community, into the shelter, and picked him up and brought him to the shelter with food and resources. So truck driving has been like a really big part of disaster recovery. And it's one of those things, that a gap that needs to be filled whenever you're setting up your nonprofit for disaster recovery and hazard mitigation. You need to like forge these connections with people in your community that know, one, how to drive those trucks, two, how to get food to people post disaster, and three, like know these routes better, back ways that don't flood, or because it's the ways in that the National Guard know. You can find those on GPS and maps, but there are roads that people do not know in rural communities that are not on maps.
Rodney Dangerfield told a story about, in one of the lines in the story, he was lost out in the country. He says, "Can you tell me how to get to the American Legion Hall?" He says, "Yeah, you just go down this road for a piece and you turn left where the old schoolhouse used to be." Right?
Yeah.
Everybody lives there knows where the old schoolhouse used to be. And if you don't know that, you can't help it. You're lost. So you've got to depend on the folks you have right there. I mean, people always think about disaster relief and mitigation, about folks from out of town, out of state, coming in to help, which happens, of course, and it's wonderful. But you got to have that core that knows where the old schoolhouse used to be and that you turn left at.
Yes, and this was one of the issues that we had. When people do come in from out of town, it's wonderful. Like, we love it. We love the help. Money is the best thing that you can do, is to send, because when you send too many resources, imagine how
many washers and dryers was that? Do you remember the count on that?
I think it was like, I think it was somewhere around 45 washers and dryers. It was not many. That first year it was a pretty rough year.
Yeah.
The second year, though, like post Harvey, we had so many resources that we had to stop taking donations. We had went from we had to borrow storage facilities from people. We had 18-wheelers coming in, and like I said, I didn't know how to work a forklift. We had 12 board members at this time, and none of, we had a lot of folks that were pastors and religious leaders, and we had realized that, like, if we don't reach out to people who know how to operate this machinery, and we have so many people coming in who needed to go pick up all of these things from other communities. These communities had, what they had ended up doing was putting together like beds and truck beds full of resources for our community, food, diapers, whatever you can think of. We had no way to get it to us. We had to, like, once again, call on truck drivers to go pick up those things, or these communities. And they were doing this on their own time and on their own dime.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was like, I mean, imagine, how much it costs to fill up those trucks. And then you're driving this across the country to try and help out these communities. And what ended up happening was, like, they would bring it there, and then the mayor would come with his forklift, unload it, and then we would have to find ways to distribute it, which was amazing. But we were such a small community, we ended up being inundated with so much stuff that we would have to find a truck driver again to take it out of our community to, like, a larger one.
Who also needed stuff.
Yes, who still needed a lot of resources, but we were so inundated with so many different, which is not a bad thing. Like, that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, exactly. An embarrassment of riches.
Yes, and the same thing ended up happening with trash on the street. Disposing of the things that we would muck out of the houses. We had this organization called Team Rubicon come into our community, and they're such a lovely, it's kind of like a ex-military. Anyone who had, like, been in the military anywhere in the world can join Team Rubicon. And what ends up happening post-disaster is they mobilize, and they come into your community, and they help you, like, muck out the houses, take out sheetrock, anything that was damaged by the water. and all of that stuff ends up going to the street. Well, it's also really difficult to get all of that stuff off of the street once it's there. So we had, once again, just like truck drivers come in, fill up their trucks with this stuff and haul it to the junkyards. It was just like a really integral part of disaster recovery. And once again, it was just our own community members and community members that knew how to get to rural areas, because rural areas are often forgotten in post-disaster.
Yeah, and I think possibly, you know, you kind of, I was thinking of a little quip, you have to recover from the disaster, and then you have to recover from the recovery. Because all you're doing is moving you're not getting rid of anything, you're just moving it from the bedroom to the curb, so to speak, and now it's a problem. And if you got too much stuff there, then people can't get down the street because of the stuff coming out of the bedroom to the curb. So this Rubik's, this domino effect keeps, you know, popping. You're never done.
No, and it's a logistics nightmare as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And getting onto these streets with these big trucks and knowing which streets can handle these loads and how heavy they are. Like a lot of the truck drivers in our community are mostly hauling groceries or gravel. So like that's like the industry that I was very used to, is like anyone that was coming through here was like either building reservoirs or digging up gravel or hauling those things, or end up bringing groceries into our community. And they were such a big part of helping out post-disaster that I started to think that I ended up keeping like a Rolodex of truck drivers that I could call on after a disaster to help us do all of this stuff, because FEMA doesn't have a Rolodex of truck drivers. The Army Corps of Engineers doesn't have a Rolodex of truck drivers. You know, they've got people who can do the National Guard trucks, but they can only have provisions to do very specific things and not what actual community members need. And so you have to call on your actual community and people who do this commercially, not people who do it for the government, because the government has so many different restrictions on what you can do with their specific resources.
Well, you kind of bring us into another area here too that I want to get into with you, and that is something that we hear a lot about in terms of infrastructure, especially now, and that's public-private partnerships. And you say that that's key to disaster relief. In other words, you know what? I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that FEMA wouldn't have a Rolodex with a bunch of truck drivers' names in it. What's up with that, right?
Yeah, so FEMA, with the odd thing, I was so shocked when I was approached by FEMA as to what I felt like a 24-year-old kid, because and I thought it was odd that they were asking me specifically to start this organization. I knew nothing about this when I started. I knew nothing about.
Get the shortest straw. How did that happen?
Well, I was a journalist at the time, and I was covering a meeting that FEMA had, and they had asked everyone to start up and do something specific with the work that you do. So mass media, communications. And so I had set up a table, and I had ended up organizing the entire meeting because I was also covering it for the newspaper.
Okay.
And FEMA was like, "Oh, you're extremely organized." And I was like, well, because I have to be, and I'm covering this for the newspaper, so I'm counting all the people in the room, and I'm doing all the things that you normally do as a journalist. And one of the women was like, "Yeah, we're going to need you for this community." And I was like, no, thank you. She hands me this like huge binder. I swear to you, it was like a 6-inch binder. And she was like, you can read this, and I need you to start this organization. And I pushed it away from me, and I was like, no, thank you. I was like, I can't do that. Like, I don't know.
It almost sounds biblical here.
I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. And so she hands me all of this stuff, and I had looked into recovery teams, and I had previously had, working with the Boys and Girls Club, written a lot of grants and like worked with nonprofits. So I was like, maybe I can do this. And she was like, well, you're needed, a call to the community. And my beat was at the time the commissioner's court and city council and police blotter. So I was used to being a huge part of the community, but on I guess on the back end, like I was a voyeur, I was on the outside looking in. And she was asking me to actively be a part of the community. I didn't know how to do that. So I ended up doing all of this stuff and just realizing that government reaching out to communities to try and fend for themselves, but not really giving them all the resources that they need to do it. And then us having to look at private and commercial ways to get the funding that we need, because the mass majority of the funding that we got was private funding, hospitals, commercialized things. Even like I told you, the mayor of our community who owned a feed store was like one of the largest resources that I had ended up needing. And he was a really good guy and I loved working with him, but he was anti-establishment as well. He was like anti-government, but ended up being like the mayor of our community. It was really interesting. And he's still a good friend of mine. He's like a really nice guy. He's just peculiar in the ways that he would call himself anti-establishment, but was really, really critical when it came to like doing a lot of stuff post-disaster. But like I said, I ended up having to forge those connections in our community in order to even get the resources that we need. And the government wants you to make those connections with privatized industry, but doesn't give you anything that you need in order to make those connections or even tell you how to do that.
Not in their wheelhouse.
No, and I suppose it like they will, I guess in order to get like the large block grants that you need, you have to have like an operating budget of about $500,000 in order to even qualify for those large block grants. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm from a small town. I didn't think that we would ever get an operating budget of $500,000 a year, especially with our first year being $33,000 in washers and dryers, and that's the only thing that we had. But we ended up getting, after Hurricane Harvey, and this is how bad we got hit, we had ended up writing somewhere upwards of $72 million in grants.
Wow.
And infrastructurally, we use those grants, and we had to get special permission.
This is like the next year.
Yeah, this is just
right?
the next.
So you're 24 years old. They hand you the 6-inch binder and say, here, read this. There will be a test on Monday. By the way, you got the job anyway, so just read it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're doing this. And then in less than a year's time, Harvey hits,
mm-hmm.
and it goes from ground 2 to ground million.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And it was just you
must have been overwhelmed.
So overwhelmed. I did end up getting like a significant amount of burnout after that, because mind you, this was all, I did not get paid. So this was all done while I was a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a need for like case managers, board members, people who we had to have psychiatrists, any kind of help that we specifically needed. We ended up having a staff of 12 after like I had done like 2 years of labor, and the board members as well, because we had 12 board members, mm-hmm. and everyone was doing like the same amount of work. We were getting
but
off.
Nobody had any type of experience with anything like
none
this.
of us.
Yeah.
And we were all just coming together. And what we had was like specifically what recovery teams do is unmet needs in your community. So you have like a lot of organizations that come in and give people what they need. And what my organization did was cover the unmet needs. So we would have this round table every week. We had all of our case managers come in and present cases, and they would go to the table, and there would be like Catholic Charities, Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA would be there as well, United Way, any kind of organization that gives help to communities would sit at the unmet needs table. And the case managers would present these cases and be like, I have someone who needs $8,000 for a roof. Is anyone at this table able to cover this $8,000? And Catholic Charities would be like, yes, we have $8,000. We'll go ahead and cover this roof. So they would write down Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities would cut them a check, and then they would get the roof done for that. So that was like the sole purpose of the organization. But we ended up running into projects that most long-term recovery teams don't do, which was a coordination with the city to do different levee building, right? So like we had a levee that broke in our community. And then we were deficient of a levee, which had ended up being the reason why in 2016 the tax day flood happened. So we needed millions of dollars for these levees. We ended up getting special approval. The levee funded by the Army Corps of Engineers, or the levee was actually funded by FEMA, and then the Army Corps of Engineers built this levee. And that was something that is not possible. They don't really let you cross-pollinate projects from the government. So
Please, don't let that happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're like, FEMA was like, we can give you the money, but we can't build it. And the Army Corps of Engineers was like, we can build it, but we don't have the money to do it.
Yeah.
So we had written a letter to President Trump at the time, and we had asked special permission to use both of these entities so that we could actually do this. And he had allowed us to like actually build these levees and utilize this money. And we had ended up so out of the 72 million at the time when I left my organization, only 2.5 was monetarily distributed to the community, and the rest was built in infrastructure. We ended up doing projects with HUD, the housing development, and then we ended up building, I think it was 180 different apartment complexes, because not only did Hurricane Harvey happen, and since we were a long-term recovery team, it wasn't just floods that we covered, it was any major disaster that happened in the area. So there was an apartment complex that had 80 units that burned down. And you're talking about a community of 9,000 people, so 80 apartment complexes burning down is like, it's a big blow to the community.
Yeah.
And then we also had a hurricane that took, not just a hurricane, but a tornado that took out a row of 10 houses in our so in the same year, in 2017, fire, tornado, and hurricane had just devastated our entire community. And there was just this massive need for building. So we had and luckily I had, we had this wonderful city manager who helped with all of this paperwork. And I worked in conjunction with the city to end up building this infrastructure. We used my organization to do all of this work through, and then ended up working with the city to rebuild this. And I ended up going back home last year because I was working with this organization called Emergency Legal Responders, where they do post-disaster legal services, free legal services for anyone who needs help filling out appeals or claims with FEMA, or anyone who can't understand the legalese in this. And I ended up going back home and taking the organization with me so that they could see the work that I had done back in my home community. And the mayor, I went to his feed store to introduce him to my friends, and they were like, "Your mayor works at a feed store?" And I was like, "Well, he owns a feed store." And I went to the feed store and he wasn't there, and they were like, "Well, he's over at his friend Freddie's shop, and he owns a little a truck shop and a car shop." And he was like, "He's over sitting at Freddie's shop." So I went over to Freddie's shop, and then and I was like, "Hey, I'm here with Emergency Legal Responders." And he was like, "Let's go look at everything that's happened since you've been gone." And so I hopped into his truck. Me and my coworkers hopped into his truck, and he drove us around for about 4 hours, showing us all the development, showing us everything. So since I had left, he said that infrastructurally it had been $132 million is what we had ended up putting back into the community through the organization that I founded. So I left at 72, came back 4 years later, and it was at 132 million.
Awesome. That is awesome. Our listeners are mainly on the road or in the trucking industry, so they are certainly familiar with disasters. Many of them have helped, certainly Katrina here in New Orleans. But we talked about Kathy with Alan and everything. We've had folks talk about disaster relief and how this works. I don't think anybody has given us that ground level, pull the curtain back, look at what really goes on behind the curtain with this stuff. With a 24-year-old kid running the whole operation in a small town in Texas. I mean, come on, this is an awesome story. It really is.
Still better than Michael Brown. Sorry about that. Sorry. Katrina dies very, very hard around here.
Yeah.
It's really nice to meet you. Thank you for making the time, by the way.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's been great to be here.
Send us to any socials you got. Where should people find out more about you?
I just have like my own private social media, Instagram. I mean, you can find me on LinkedIn if you do have any professional questions. It's just Evelyn Carrier on LinkedIn. If you want to find me personally, follow me on Instagram. It's also just Evelyn Carrier. But those organizations that I talked about, if you need free legal advice post-disaster, and this is labor stuff as well, you can follow Emergency Legal Responders, which is a great organization. They give out free legal advice on Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, all of those organizations. So
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff is very, very helpful. I mean, we are on the just a couple of days away now for the anniversary, 20 years.
I know.
20 years. It seems like forever ago, and yet it seems like it was only yesterday. By the way, thank you for being the last guest on Nemo Nation.
Thank you for having me.
You were a member of the nation before you even arrived on the scene. It's really great. And by the way, what a perfect name for a guest to end the segment with, right, Dave?
Indeed, Evelyn Carrier. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Woo! We had a nice little breather, got some stuff done, but you're emerging, and we're happy to be here. We got a few calls, and it's about to get weird, Jimmy.
I am happy to be here, by the way. The 29th was the anniversary of the day the levees broke. That was the day. I remember walking through a house in Austin, and a friend of mine said, she goes, the 17th Street Canal levee just broke. What does that mean? She wasn't from New Orleans. She just lived there for a couple of years. And I said, no, you got that wrong. It was the ones in the east broke. I already knew about that. She said, no, they're saying the 17th Street Canal just broke. What does that mean? And I looked at the TV, and I saw the shot of the water racing through, I mean, gallon upon gallon, thousands, tens of thousands of gallons, just pouring through that breach 6 blocks away from my family's house. And as I wrote just a couple of days ago, if you don't think you can survive heartbreak, let me tell you something, guys. My mom and dad's house, my 2 childhood homes, my little league playground, my high school, my grammar school, the church I went to, the first snowball I ever got, my brother's house, my sister's house, 60 relatives, first cousins or higher. My best friend's grandfather, 83, survived a Hungarian prisoner of war camp, thought he could ride the storm out, drowned in his house, and FEMA wouldn't pick up the body. Straight up. Then, by the way, their answer was sad. They said, we're really focused on the living right now. A man named George Leidenheimer, a former member of the 82nd Airborne, went down to Moysan Airport, and he looked at the head of the 82nd and said, no one gets left behind. And they said, you're absolutely right. And they sent guys in on boats, found his body, wrapped it in an American flag, and waited until the Coast Guard arrived. If you think you can't survive heartbreak, ladies and gentlemen, you can do it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of tough people out there who watch their lives get washed away. And I walked through that same neighborhood last night, and it is rebuilt, vibrant, multiracial, happy, and looking forward to a great future.
Amen, because I have a couple cousins here and on the Gulf Coast and Mississippi that went through the same things, but not to that substantial loss, but like just the fact that they had businesses and places that went through it, but they came back even stronger than ever.
Whether you got 13 feet of water or 3 feet of water, there's a point when that water sits, you're done. It doesn't matter how high it gets. If it sits, you're done. So, Spike Lee said it don't matter. If you got it, you got it. There ain't any sort of line in regards to who gets better treatment. They got that 3 feet. They got their business wiped away. Good on them for coming back, for wiping themselves off, dusting themselves off, and getting back in the fight. By the way, you know who's here, right?
Well, speaking of wiping yourself off, let's add a little positivity to it, because let's bring in a co-host. Hello, ma'am?
Hello. Who is this? Who are we speaking to?
This show is dumb.
Dramatic pause.
Hey, are you on the way back?
Pause.
Are you on the way back, or are you
Listen,
en route?
We're on the way back. We are driving, and we just passed a sign for Buc-ee's, and I'm worried that we're going to stop, which means we will never actually go home because my friend Todd has never been to a Buc-ee's, and he's in the truck with us, and he's the guy that Buc-ee's was made for. So this could be an issue.
Don't take that from him.
Don't take that from him. You get him in there, you get him out.
You let him get a full beaver outfit and some beaver nuggets with some brisket tacos, okay? Because he deserves it.
He's going to get a full beaver, all right.
Yeah. Wipe yourself off and get a full beaver here at Nemo Nation.
Woodchuck chuck and a woodchuck chuck.
How was your weekend?
Our weekend was great. We were in Georgia visiting some friends and went out on their boat for a couple of days. Spent some time out in nature on the water. Freya did some fishing with the boys. So yeah, it was a lovely weekend. And I got that picture from you, Jim, and not realizing it, obviously I know where about the idea that Katrina was that long ago, but I didn't have it in my head that it was the 20-year anniversary of Katrina. I just wasn't thinking that way. So when I got that picture you texted me of Louisa's, is that
Liuzes.
Liuzas, thank you. And it was Liuzas with water coming up to the door, and you just said, this is where you guys ate. And my immediate brain was, oh my God. I literally went to the weather app right away, and I was like, is it flooding in New Orleans? And I've been off the radar so much that I don't even know it. Felt like an idiot afterward. But, it made me think, too, of the flooding in Nashville that happened so long ago. And it just reminded me, because Seamus was out of town when that happened. He was in L.A., and I mean, there were people in boats going down our street. And I said that to Seamus with all the dramatic intention that it deserved. And he was like, there's no chance that's true. And I'm like, you're not here. It is happening. But we get so removed from what's happening in other places and if you haven't seen it, it's kind of hard to comprehend. So that was that immediate moment when I saw that picture that I was very confused and very happy to know that it wasn't current.
No. And by the way, I wasn't like, I didn't go like, what? No, you idiot. I was more like, no. It's okay. Take a breath. The world hasn't completely come undone. All I kept thinking about, though, is when you, Kevin Post, Tara, all your friends ate there, that you guys, if you'd been sitting where you were sitting, you would have been 2 to 3 feet underwater from your chairs. Crazy, huh? Crazy.
That would have been a very different kind of meal. I'll have the fish. That would have been very different.
And by the way, I see it as self-serve, so thank you very much. I'll take a little self-serve fish there.
Yes. If you can grab it, you can eat it. How was your Labor Day weekend?
It was really nice. We took the boys to go see Fantastic Four, and then yesterday we had barbecue with Henry and Gustavo and my brother Ryan and our entire family. And Ryan's a real good grill master, so the burgers and the pepper jack cheese were just terrific. So it was a good time. It was terrific.
Nice.
Terrific.
Everybody's having a good time.
Everybody was having a good time, basically. But yeah, so I mean, it's been kind of fun this morning because along with doing the replays and dropping in occasionally, we've actually gotten a chance to kind of put the finishing touches. We should be done by end of the week on this studio. And I have to check in with you as you head back to Nashville, Franklin. How is your studio coming along?
It's coming along. So we poured the epoxy Friday. By we, I mean Todd. I helped mix, though. I added the blue and the glitter, which was very fun. And we didn't order enough. So it's curing over the weekend, but we ordered more. We're going to have to do a whole nother curation. So we'll be back today. Next step is the wood walls and the tin ceiling, and then we'll epoxy again probably at the end of this week. But it's coming along. Granted, none of that has anything to do with actually being on air. If, in case you've noticed, I've yet to say anything technical, but it's going to look cool. You may not be able to hear me, but it'll look cool.
It's going to look awesome.
Fine.
Everything's fine. By the way, I have Ten Ring on the phone if you'd like to drop him in, and we can say good morning and happy Labor Day to his self.
Sure, let's say good morning. Yeah.
Well, good morning, kind of, sort of. It's a bittersweet day. The signature truck got parked yesterday, and I am now in a new truck, and the voyage of the signature truck is done.
Oh man, he got 500 plus signatures.
Yeah, I lost count at 500 signatures about 8 months ago, and 29 of them were Purple Heart signatures.
Wow.
Because they're on, wait a minute, 30. Because all the Purple Hearts are on the driver's door, but there was one more that was on the cargo door, where Nemo and Dr. John McGilligan signed on the cargo door. There was one more Purple Heart signature down there.
Outstanding.
So there was 30 of them on there.
Lindsay, I wanted to ask you really quickly. You when did you last see the truck, the signature truck?
I saw it when I performed in Georgia last year. Actually, I think it was there, right?
Yeah,
if I remember
November.
correctly, at the Speedway.
Yeah, November in Atlanta. That was the last time you saw it.
Yeah. Just about coming on a year ago from the Bennett event down there at the Speedway, which was super cool, and I believe they'll be doing again, growing. But yeah, I got to take a tour of it. It was very cool. We got to take a picture with Dave Nemo's signature on it.
Yeah, Nemo and David Glass. You
That's
pointed to his signature, yeah. Yeah, and the last signature on there was kind of fitting, but the last signature on there was one of the wounded heroes from Nashville, from the Joshua Chamberlain Society. He was the very last signature on there.
Nice.
Wow.
Lindsay,
very cool. Yeah, JCS just had their event in Nashville, which I believe you were at, Ten Ring, correct?
Yeah. It was a good shoot. You know, they always raise a bunch of money, and there was another guy there that was kind of incognito, and nobody was really kind of making a big deal out of it, which is what I like about associating with those kind of people. Dave Ramsey was there, and nobody made a big deal out of anything, which is, again, that's why I like associating with people like that and the whole JCS family, because everybody is their own person. Nobody is, the focus was on the JCS heroes and the wounded veterans. It was not on the people that are there. You know what I mean?
I do.
And I also got to tell you, I'd never make a big deal out of Dave Ramsey because he tells me I can't go shopping. So for me,
yeah, but it's bittersweet. I'm still going to continue my work with JCS, and because of the suicide awareness campaign that I started with them, and the hat that everybody can buy if you go to the chamberlainsociety.org website, and they have the apparel that you're in there. You can go there and you can buy a hat that I designed for suicide awareness. And it's been very humbling knowing those people in Nashville and St. Louis. I haven't got a chance to meet anybody in Houston yet, but it's been very humbling knowing people that were just carrying on their day, doing their normal thing on the other side of the wire, and then the shinola hits the fan, and and they celebrate the heroes. They celebrate their alive days, they call them. The day that they were wounded, they call them their alive days. So they have basically another birthday. And their live day is obviously more meaningful in the work that JCS does on a local level, keeping their heroes together mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Keeping them integrated. I mean, I always think about it like that, Ten Ring. They keep them integrated. They basically keep them in the community. They make sure they don't isolate themselves. They make sure they are part of families and friendships and communities, and just making sure that they're connected to a lot of people who recognize who they are and recognize the sacrifice they have made. And don't get in their face about it, but just say, hey, here are all the options available to you. I wanted to point out real quickly too is that
And it's forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but that's to me the coolest part. It's not a one-off. It's not a, hey, do you need somewhere to go tomorrow? It's and that's why they're very careful for how many people they take under their wing a year, because they want to make sure they can actually make the long haul commitment to them. That once you are under their care, so to speak, they will be with you until you die, which is pretty special.
Yeah. They're great people. They're great people. And by the way, when we went to the Shoot for the Troops in St. Louis, Dre, I don't know if you know this, but there were 3 Major League Baseball players there, and nobody knew it until the end when they thanked them for being there. Exactly the same kind of people like Ramsey who are telling Lindsay not to shop. I'm not a St. Louis baseball fan, so I was a little bit chagrined. It all works out, though. A lot of negativity around those folks. No, they're amazing. Ten Ring, did you get enough photos? You feel like you've gotten a good catalog and record of the signature truck? Do you feel like it's been memorialized?
Yeah, well, I do. I took one last video all the way around yesterday when I was going through my check-in procedure. But then also remember, every person except 6, every person that signed the truck, there is a picture of them next to the truck, including the Gold Star moms, the 3 Gold Star moms that wrote their names of their sons down. There is a picture of all of them on my Instagram and my TikTok. If somebody just wants to go into those platforms and search hashtag sign the truck, you'll find all the videos. And I started bringing those over in shorts on my YouTube channel as well. And the only reason those 6, there's no pictures of them, was because it was at the Wyoming State Penitentiary in Rawlins. Actually, the day of the ceremony, of the dedication ceremony for the Craig Daniels Travel Center. That's still hard to get used to.
It's weird to say it, isn't it?
No. Me and another guy.
Just say my truck stop. My truck stop.
Yeah, just say it.
Another driver and I took empty Walmart trailers into the penitentiary that's at the end of the road because their coolers were going down. So we took fueled up empty Walmart trailers into the DC so that they could move all their food into the fridges, into the trailers, because their coolers were going down. And while I was in there, there was 6 guards. Every guard that was there was a veteran, and they all signed it. And I said, okay, well, I got to get a picture of everybody. And they're like, no pictures in the prison. no. So they're the only 6 that there's no pictures of. It's those guys that were all prison guards at the state pen there in Wyoming, in Rawlins.
Just a remarkable series of weeks and months you've had. I mean, do you sometimes feel like you're in the middle of like stuff that you should really take a moment to cherish? And I hope you're doing that.
Oh, I did.
All right. Okay. That's important. Hey, man, we love you. Let me get back to bothering Lindsay. It's great to hear from you. Congratulations on everything, by the way, on the stick-to-itness of the signatures, on the citizen driver, and on just being a great friend and a great community member. Thank you, brother.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy. I remember day one with you and Lindsay. It's been really good chatting with you off platform every once in a while, and I know we're
You too,
friends but not friends, and but yeah, I'm still going to be here. I'm still carrying on, but I just don't have the truck anymore.
Oh, man. My brother, and by the way, friends, by the way, I can tell you this right now. It's because you don't just share the same, connection via radio, but as you noticed from my dad's hat, we have another connection, and I've spent a lot of time with a lot of you guys in that neck of the woods as well, too. So, no, brother, friends, genuine friends. Thank you, man.
All right. Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year to you, you old building it alone. I got to tell you, Lindsay, the first time he ever told me that, I got it, but was also completely thrown at the same time. Do you remember your first Merry Christmas from
building and loan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, sure. That's the gift that keeps on giving. You know what else is a gift that keeps on giving? Buc-ee's. We're passing it right now. We started to pull over, but per usual, guys, the line just off the exit goes all the way wrapped onto the freeway.
And you still get out of it in 7 minutes.
And, well, we kept going.
I'm proud of you.
I can't.
I'm proud of you.
I don't need the wolf t-shirt that bad.
Nope, you don't. You don't. Carry on, my wayward child.
Brisket tacos.
There'll be peace when you are done. Love you, Lindsay.
Oh, brisket tacos. Love you guys, too. Happy Labor Day, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo, love. Bye.
Lindsay Lawler will be here tomorrow, as a matter of fact. You can still jump over the fence at 615-292-6366. Wanted to spend a little extra time with Tenring. There's a lot of stuff going on in that man's life right now. A lot of affirmation, as it were. A lot of the affirmation what he's getting, he completely deserves.
Yeah.
Genuine definition, just like Mr. Hosty is, of a citizen driver.
Yes.
It's like Candy Bass, citizen driver.
Yes.
Just like so many of the men and women that our friends at TA Petro have honored, citizen driver. Deeply committed to his community, deeply committed to his country, deeply committed to his friends and family. Lindsay will be joining us tomorrow. Speaking of people who are committed, or should be committed, actually, is maybe a better way of...
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Well, she's working with me. By the way, I've always wanted to tell this to Lindsay. Lindsay, if you're listening, we've been through a lot together, and most of it is my fault. All right. So Road Gang Radio will be on tomorrow live from 7 to 11 in the center, 8 to 12 in the east. And, of course, that also means our friends from OOIDA are going to be following us up with Trucking with OOIDA. As always, Pastor John will give you a life-affirming message because he loves you and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Then our friends in the messy middle, Mike Roth joins us. So Mike Roth will be joining us talking about Penske. And of course, it's the messy middle. It's the Run on Less program as we begin to wrap that up and head towards the big drive coming up sooner rather than later. Kevin Lindsay will be immediately after that for Maintenance Matters. Maybe we'll keep the break conversation going. Maybe we'll take a turn in another direction. One need not have to plan when it comes to Kevin Lindsay. The man knows of what he speaks. Our friends from Breeds Across America will be here for Trucking Tributes, and that will immediately be followed by our good friend Dr. Julie Gatza talking about the brain fog that can occur if you don't actually eat the right diet. Dre and I got a chance to talk to the good doctor a couple of weeks ago. This is a canned content, but it is fresh content. Actually, it's probably evergreen content. I wouldn't be against you guys listening to it on a regular basis and learn how your diet can actually remove the sluggishness from the equation. Before we get to the Lindsay half of the show, what do you say we bounce in our next call? What's going on?
Let's see who it is. Wireless caller, who are you? Uh-oh.
Hello?
Who are we speaking to on this fine day? I guess I could have screened you.
Yeah, this is Trucker Boza.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing? How's it going here?
Oh, we're doing good. Just sitting here at the yard waiting for reload. I said he'd have one today, so they dropped me off this morning, and no reload.
No reload.
So,
no reload.
Yeah.
This is a bad thing,
Yeah,
right?
not
This
till
means
tomorrow.
this means you're turning and not earning now, right?
Well, Penny Lane's have to take the kids all back up to Omaha, so
Okay. There is
So that's all
something.
good.
There's something productive
we had a
to
good
be
weekend.
done. Okay. What happened? What'd you do?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
We went to that clothesline fair. I sent you and Lindsay and Tara all some pics on
Yeah.
Messenger.
But here's the thing. I'm not asking for me. I know what you did. And you were very upset you didn't get the square dancing video either. But tell people where you went and what you did.
So we have an annual, it's like a craft and artisan fair in Prairie Grove, Arkansas. This is the 39th annual. And they start out with a parade on Friday morning. And there's over 600 plus craftspeople and artisans, and they've got anything and everything you could ever want at a craft fair. And it covers an area about the size of the Super Walmart at the Battlefield Park in Prairie Grove, which is like site of a Civil War battle back in the late 1860s. And oddly enough, it was actually on December 7th, I think 1862. So like 79 years before D-Day. But they have square dancing. They have a tractor show with old tractors going back to the 1800s. They have live music, ton of food. I mean, it's a massive event. It covers the entire Labor Day weekend. So,
Dude, that's a great weekend. That's a straight up great weekend.
Oh, yeah.
The only mistake you made was not getting video of the square dancing. What's wrong with you?
yeah, we didn't get a chance to. They've got, it's all the groups are like from 4 and 5 year old little kids all the way up to high school, and they all compete in age range groups. And tonight is the final competition where they announce the winners for each age group. But seeing these little 4 and 5 year olds dancing around in their boots and their little flannel shirts, and the girls with their hoop skirts and doing the square dancing with their collars, calling out all the dance moves, it's fun to watch. They are hilarious, and they get into it.
Oh,
Their parents spend hundreds of dollars making these costumes.
Oh, yeah, dude.
They are elaborate. It's crazy.
Square dancing and shaker singing are serious business, my friend. I got to float you to get through the rest of this lineup for tomorrow, but man, I wanted you to unpack that because when you were sending us all those texts, it looked like the coolest thing, and I wanted people to get a sense of all the groovy things there are out to do there. And I got one more phone call I got to get to and an absolute blitzkrieg. Thank you, Trucker Bozen.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, man. Lightning War continues here. We're running out of time, Dre. Who do I got?
Oh, my God, we got Marshall. Oh,
Marshall.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, what's going on? What's happening?
Morning from Arkansas, and hey, whoever predicted traffic would be crazy this weekend was right on. It is amazing how many people are out on the road. And I also wanted to point out that we had our first chat room troll today, and all of us regulars spotted it right away for what it was. So
Wow.
my weekend, my birthday deal there, you really should go watch the video. It's pretty funny, wearing the sombrero and everything else. And I think I may have gotten engaged that night. That's how much of a party it was.
Fell in love, huh?
No, it's not a love story.
Oh.
It's my favorite waitress and bartender. She's a dreamer, and she's a little worried about things going on right now and stuff. So I told her, hey, if it gets bad, call me. You can be my green card wife. So I can be somebody's hero for a change.
Outstanding. Outstanding, my brother. And by the way, I saw the troll. Good gosh almighty, Marshall. When will this guy give it up? Good God almighty. I have never, ever, ever been given such free rent in somebody's headspace. Nemo just is like delighted by this guy. Unbelievable. Thank you, brother.
All right, take care.
Thank you, man. We are actually out of time here. Almost done. I want to make sure I get just a couple of things in here. Lindsay and I will be sitting out the first half hour together. I got a chance to talk to Barbecue and Baseball. It's a really great podcast. It is now past episode 305. It's when we talk to them. They should be at like 307 or 308 by now. Len Aberman and Jeff Cohen have a wonderful podcast. They started just as friends, and they are 300 plus episodes later. Dre and I got a chance to talk to them. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Dude, that was a great conversation. Listening to it and talking to them.
And it's a great example that if you stick with it, you can get some really famous people. A couple of Hall of Famers and some executives have actually dropped in on their show. It is a great conversation about grilling barbecue, number one. And then number two, what happens after you grill barbecue? No, number two, a lot of great baseball conversation. And then, of course, Lucas Meeks is going to be joining us. He is a touring producer, manager, and a sound engineer, all a bunch of great stuff. We'll be talking about theefficienthustle.com. Front of the house audio engineer, production manager, and consultant Lucas Meeks joins us. And then Lindsay will have another edition of country and western music. Can't wait for that.
Because we celebrate what?
Well, you say it.
Both kinds?
Both kinds.
All kinds.
We celebrate all kinds. That's right. Lindsay Lawler will be doing her thing, and then immediately we will give way to our friends as they join us for Trucking with Oida, starting promptly at 11 in the center, 12
Pivot.
in the east, as we pivot into, the problem is this show's getting more polished by the minute, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's problematic, dude. Like good music,
Polished like that back table.
Well thought out bumpers. I mean, some real quality stuff going on around here. Dre, hit that music for me, would you? This has been Nemo Nation. Senior technical producer, of course, is Phone Master Dre. Its executive producer is Jimmy Mack. And Nemo shows up from time to time to do the show. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.